you. Is there any specific reason why Ballistics South Africa prefers to use pattern matching than CMS?
Well, CMS has set criteria, and pattern matching is this: a good pattern and it is identifiable and it is carried over. It's not reliant on a specific amount as set in the criteria of CMS. We look at more than just the amount, we look at the quality of the individual parts.
Ukuthi kungani South Africa iyona ke ikhethele ukuthi isebenzise yona ke uhlelo obizwa ngokuthi pattern matching ukuthi ke kuyona ke uyabheka ke nezingane noma ke iquality ke kodwa awubheki ukuthi ukangakanani nanjengoba ku CMS ulindele.
Thank you. Now let's clear this before we proceed further. From what I gather from you is that it's a policy or it's a directive within the ballistic laboratory that South Africa should use pattern matching instead of CMS, not so?
My Lord, yes, as set up by FT, we use the theory of identification.
Nanjengoba ke kubekiwe ke yona ke FT yona ke leyo indlela ekufanele siyisebenzise yona le pattern matching.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, have you ever used CMS as a method of analyzing ballistic exhibits?
My Lord, as the two are not mutually exclusive, even though we don't use it, we don't rely on CMS. We rely on the significance and the quality of the pattern. If there's more than one pattern, but the point is we use the quality of the pattern. The two cannot be mutually exclusive.
Lezimbili ke akwazi ke ukuthi ke noma ke singakodwa ngoba ke thina esibhekayo sibheka ke ukuthi ke kuka ngakanani noma ke iquality noma izilaka naloko esikutholayo kunokuthi sibheke ke ukuthi ke inamba yakhona lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-quantity.
Just don't rely on CFS to make to say identification.
Asiyona ke into mina enginika kuyona ke ukuthi ke ngifinyelele kwisinqumo.
Thank you, ma'am. That I understand, but my question is: have you ever used CMS as a method of analysis?
No, my Lord, not individually.
Mina ke ngokwami nje angaze ngiyisebenzise yona ke i-CMS.
Thank you. Just a second. My apologies, my lord. I came here rushing. Thank you, ma'am. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena told you that this analysis that you did was in relation to a Senzo Meyiwa case. That's what you told this case.
That's correct, my Lord.
Yabo kuyiqiniso ngishilo ukuthi wangitshela uma ngimbuza ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ukuthi ke iliphi lecala wathi le Senzo Meyiwa.
But why did you ask him about that information?
My Lord, when I confirm or give an opinion or anything on the microscope, it's normal to just ask, what is this case related to? It was just for interest.
Injwayelo nje noma ke kujwayelekile ukuthi uma ngimnikeza uvo ngizobuza ukuthi icala elingani leli ukwazi ukufuna nje ukwazi.
Is there any other information which could be of interest to this court, which you yourself and Lieutenant Colonel Mangena discussed around this case, which you would love to share with us?
No, my Lord.
Thank you.
Akukho kunye engakhuluma ke mayelana nalokho ngabuza nje lokho.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel Mangane fired 8 test bullets to assist himself in the analysis of this exhibit. Did he tell you about that?
about it later on, my lord.
Ukhanya Mangena wase khomisa-ke isibhamu amahlandla awu-8 ke noma-ke lama-bullets awathesa awu-8 ngaba wakutshela yini ngalokho ngakuzwa lokho kamuva
When later?
Later, when we were discussing things in the office,
kamuva-ke uma sasesixoxa-ke manje ngezinto-ke ehhovisi
And did he tell you the reason why he had to fire 8 bullets? Test bullets?
to the best of my understanding, my lord, it is because he did not know the manufacturer of the specific bullet. Therefore, he fired several tests from different manufacturers in order to get the best possible same material.
Ngikwazi kwami-ke noma ukukhumbula kwami-ke isizathu sokuthi-ke akhumiseke isibhamu lawo mahlandla 8 noma asebenziseke lawo ma-bullets ama-test bullets awu-8 kungoba wayengazi-ke ukuthi leyo bullet leyo-ke iluphi uhlobo noma eyenziwe kuphi-ke kwangako afanele ukuthi adubuleke ahlukahlukene azothola ukuthi yiphi noma yini mhlawumbe yenziwe kuphi.
Now, when you say to the best of your knowledge, is that out of your own knowledge or is that something that you got from him?
I got it from him, my lord.
Into leyo engayizwa kuyena noma engayithola kuyena.
Thank you. Now, he only told you that he had to fire 8 bullets because he did not know the material from which the bullets were made, and then he wanted to fire test bullets which were made of materials of a different nature in order to come nearer to the same bullet. Do I understand you right?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Yebo ngoba-ke wayengazi ukuthi-ke inhlamvu eyenziwe kuphi noma-ke yaluphi-ke uhlobo kwakufanele-ke adubule ama-test bullets ahlukahlukene.
Beyond that, is there anything that he told you about these bullets?
No, my lord.
Ngale kwalokho akukho okunye angitshela kona-ke ngale inhlamvu.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel Mandela told this court, okay, before we get there, and I'm going to request you to remind me about this point. Now, when you analyze these bullets, these test bullets, is there anything very specifically, ballistically, that you found under the microscope which you would love to bring to the attention of this court as to the nature of the bullets and stuff like that? Those which you analyzed?
My lord, it was 4 years ago and I can't recall exactly any specific marks. I just gave an opinion. I made no record of anything I saw.
Iminyaka emine-ke eyadlula-ke ngakwenza-ke lokhu akunama-marks athize-ke engathi-ke ngiyawakhumbula-ke manje futhi akukho engakubhala phansi okwami kwakunginikeza nje ngofo.
So, that is how you apply to scientific method of analyzing this bullet. You never wrote anything down, you kept everything in your head, and 4 years down the line you had forgotten what you saw on the 20th, or on the 22nd of July 2020. Is that the case?
My lord, when I mean I forget, I cannot recall whether I made the identification on a specific on the land, on a specific spot on the road. Not the fact that I couldn't remember anything about the identification.
Akusuke ukuthi-ke akukho nje engikukhumbulayo ukuthi nje angeke ngisho ukuthi yini kahle kahle-ke eyangenza-ke ukuthi kube yiyona-ke engikhomba ngayo noma-ke engi-identify ngayo noma kwakuyi-mark ethize.
Thank you, man. So you basically come here to tell the court that 4 years ago you did an analysis, you never wrote anything down, and 4 years down the line you had forgotten what you saw on those bullets.
My lord,
Is
as
that
I
the
mentioned,
case?
I didn't forget that I made a positive identification. I just cannot recall which exact marks I used to make my identification. Normally, if the verifier will note down whether it's a room or a land or a specific area, as I was only asked for opinion, I did not need to write it down.
Engikushoyo ke ukuthi mina ngikhohliwele ukuthi yebo khona ke ngakusho noma ke khona isinqumo engafikela kusona ke engikushoyo ukuthi nje angikhumbuli ukuthi i-market thizeni lena ke ekwaba yiyona eyabambela ukuthi ke ngifinyelele kuleso sinqumo engafikela kusona kodwa ke ukhona ke lo yena ke lo wabizwa ngokuthi ke uverifya uyena ke obhala phansi ke ozosho ukuthi kwakuyi-groove noma kwakuyini mina okwami kwakukunikeza nje ngokuphela.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Mangena told this court that the reason why he had to fire 8 bullets on top of the 2 that Warrant Officer Rudolph worked on, it is because he could not get the necessary mark. In other words, the transfer of the mark from the tool to the bullet was of a very poor quality. So he had to keep on firing up until such time that he could compare all bullets and take out the one that he, according to himself, he could work on because it had better marks. That is what he told this court. Do you follow?
Ukhenya Mangena ke watshela lenkantolo ukuthi yena ke izathu sokuthi ke ngaphezulu kwala mabullet amabili ke awadubula ukuthi ke aze adubule ke awu8 kwakungoba ke ukuthi ke ama-mark ayengatholakali kahle ke abuya kusona ke isibhamu andluliselwa kuyona inhlamvu kwakungakho ke kufanele adubule andlulisele ukuze atholeke ekuyiyona yona.
Now that you can't dispute because you can't remember what you saw on those bullets, not so.
My lord, as far as I understand, it's not like Colonel Mangena shot 2 tests, then went to the microscope, didn't find enough, went back, fired 2 tests, looked more, didn't find enough. He fired all the tests at the same time. The reason he fired more than 2 was because there is the exhibit bullet is a CMJ, which is a complete metal jacket, and the original tests are FMJ, full metal jacket, and they mark differently.
Lana kulokho ekuzwayo ke akusukuthi uMangena wayedubula ke abeseyahamba ke ayobheka ku microscope aphinda adubule abuyele kodwa ke wadubula konke ngesikhathi ke esisodwa ngoba ke lana sikhuluma ke ngeinhlamvu ezahlukahlukene sikhuluma ngayo iCMJ kanye nayo ke iFMJ.
But then where do you then get that information from? That was the one which you just explained now. Where do you get it from?
Colonel Mangena wrote an affidavit saying that he fired tests marked so and so.
Ukuthola phi ke manje lokho qeda ukusho ke manje uKenya Mangena ke unestatement asenza ke la ashoyo khona ke ukuthi ke wasebenza wadubula.
So you read through Mangena's affidavit?
I did read through it yesterday, my lord.
Yeah.
I was just refreshing myself as to make my 2 and 2 as to how the exhibits involved and such.
Okusho ukuthi ke usifundile ke noma wasifunda ke statement sakhe Mangena yebo ngisifundile izolo uma ke senza nami ukukhumbuza futhi ke nokulungiselela ke lesi esami statement okufanele ngisenze.
Because according to my understanding, the explanation was several tests were shot because of it. Colonel Mangena did not know the origin of the complete metal jacket bullet, and therefore he fired several manufacturers to get the best, to get the closest to the exact ammunition used.
Ngoba ke engitshelwayo ke noma okushiwoyo kumina ke lana ukuthi ke uKenya Mangena wadubula ke lama test bullets awu8 ke ngoba wayengayitholi ke noma engazi ukuthi ke inhlamvu leyo yayenziwe kuphi ke noma ke i-manufacturer yayo kwakuyiphi ke ngakho adubula lawo.
Now take Mangena's affidavit out. Take it out. I'm not asking you about what is contained in Mangena's affidavit. If I wanted to ask you, if I wanted to know what is contained in Mangena's affidavit, I would have asked him, and he has already testified. What I'm telling you is that that is what he told this court. So, if you had not had sight of his affidavit, you would not have disputed what he told this court, not so.
I therefore can't comment on that now.
Akukho ke ngakusho lokho ukuthi uma bengayibonanga affidavit yakhe bengeke ngiphikisane nalokho akushilo la enkantolo akukho engakusho lapho.
Thank you. And further on, when he was explaining his results as to how he actually came to the conclusion that indeed the same bullet was fired from the alleged firearm, he told this court that he identified that in one of the bullets there was something peculiar with that bullet. Did you note anything peculiar in one of the bullets?
I don't know which bullet necessarily.
Bullet number 9.
Sorry?
Bullet number 9.
I can't recall, my lord. As I said, I can't recall the exact marks that I saw.
Okunye futhi akushiwo-ke ukuthi-ke kwakunale nhlamvu njena-ke inhlamvu-ke number 9 ukuthi kwakunento njengayo ngabe uyakhumbula yini wona-ke kunenhlamvu okhona nje okodwa nje wabona nanjengoba ngisho-ke ukuthi-ke angikhumbulile.
Let me tell you what he told this court. He told this court that bullet number 9, although according to him, he was able to find some striations here and there, but the nature of the bullet was such that these striations were not evenly transferred throughout the bullet because of the nature of the bullet. It had a ditch. It had an indentation. Do you know what an indentation is?
I do, my lord.
What it is?
It's as if there's a space. It doesn't reach.
It doesn't reach.
There's a slight dent, so it's not equal in level. If
Yeah.
that is what you say.
Thank you. That is indentation. That is what he told in this court. You can't dispute that. No. So,
I can't dispute that.
Ungaphikisa-ke ngoba yena-ke uma esho ushilo-ke ukuthi-ke uma le makhi-ke isindluliselwa-ke kusona-ke isibhamu kuyona inhlamvu adluliselwanga-ke ngokuthi-ke ilinganeke kwakukhona-ke lapha ngathi khona-ke nendawo ewumgodi noma indawo ingakho ukuthi ingaba level khona-ke kuleyo nhlamvu leyo angeke uphikise uma usho lokho cha angeke uphikise.
I would have thought, ma'am, that as an expert who dared to read these things under a microscope, these are all the features that we have been able to identify as an expert, of course. That is what I would have thought and expected from an expert, but nonetheless, let us proceed. Now, you're saying Forensic Science Laboratory, South Africa, limits itself to the usage of pattern matching because it is qualitative and not quantitative. That's a bold statement that we've made before court. So,
My lord, I did not say they limit themselves. I said we use pattern matching.
yes.
Engikushilo mina ukuthi la eSouth Africa-ke akuthi nje siphela khona-ke kodwa sisebenzisa le nhlobo-ke ebizwa ngokuthi-ke i-pattern matching.
Thank you. And that you have limited yourself to a usage of pattern matching because of its qualitative nature.
I did not limit myself. I prefer pattern matching as it is prescribed by FD and the South African Police Service as the method we are using.
Mina-ke ngikhethe yona ukuthi ngisebenzise yona-ke nanjengoba kuyiyona-ke esetshenziswayo-ke eSouth Africa.
Now, Mr. Mangena used CMS as a method of comparison. That is what it is. You probably are aware of that fact.
No, my lord, I'm not aware of that fact.
Angikwazi-ke lokho ukuthi uMangena yena wasebenzisa i-CMS.
He used CMS. CMS basically has got to do with striations. That's it. So,
Pattern matching and CFDs both have to do with striations.
Zombili-ke i-CMS kanye nayo-ke pattern matching zombili-ke zisebenza ngawo-ke lokho okubizwa ngokuthi ama-striations.
I'm talking CMS, not pattern matching. CMS.
CMS has to do with striations. That's very important.
Yebo i-CMS yona-ke inokwenza nawo ama-striations.
Now, he came to court, man, already having prepared a chart on how he was able to identify those striations and the methodologies that he used to identify those striations. This is just by way of a background. Do you follow?
I find
Oh, thank you. Have you ever attended the CMS course?
I attended the CMS workshop, my lord. I wouldn't refer to it as a course.
Kune workshop yayo i-CMS engake ngaya kuyona angeke ngiyibize ukuthiwa kuyi-course.
When was it?
I can't recall the exact year or date.
Angikukhumbuleki unyaka.
It was the same one as the Peter said.
Iyona lena Mr. Peter ayeye kuyona.
That was in 2012.
Okay, then it was 2012.
Makubeke u-2012 futhi.
That's almost 12 years ago. And after having attended that course, did you ever use CMS as a method of comparison?
My lord, CMS is a quantitative method of describing an observed pattern. I did not use CMS exclusively, no.
Mina-ke i-CMS ke uhlobo nje olodwa lokuthi ke ubheke noma ke utholeke kodwa mina-ke i-CMS angaze ngiyisebenzise kuqala.
But my question is very clear now. After having attended this course, this what did you call it now?
Workshop.
Workshop, yes. After having attended this workshop, did you then thereafter ever use the CMS as a method of comparison?
My lord, as I explained, pattern matching and CMS are not mutually exclusive. Even before I attended the course, one would still look, I have a pattern here, I have a pattern there. We don't count the lines, the specific amount of IDs we have.
Nangaphambi kokuthi ke ngiyeke kuyona le workshop nalapho ke sasingabhekike noma sibaleke ukuthi ke imigqa etholakalayo uthola imigqa emingaki-ke kodwa ke wabheka ke lokhu sikubiza ngokuthi ke ihamba kanjani noma ke lokhu kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi i-acting.
What does CMS stand for?
Consecutive matching striations.
Izoko ukuchazwa noma uyena ke u-CMS lowo uma ke ngamastraya lana ke ama ngokulandelelana ke noma ke consecutive matching straya.
You are saying your trade is based on training and it's also based on experience. So
That's correct.
now when it comes to the calculations of the striations, when one is using the CMS method of comparison, are you in a position to assist the court in that regard?
It is for the criteria for CMS on a three-dimensional image. It is two sets of three and one set of six. Oh, sorry, my lord, let me just correct that. That is correct. And the two-dimensional image, it is two sets of five or one set of 10.
Indlela ke esetshenziswayo ke yokubhala ke la ekuthiwa khona ke kuyabhalwa khona le kuyi-CMS ama-set amabili ke ka-5 yalezo eziyi-5 noma ke iset eyodwa kwawu-10.
I did not hear you well because at some stage you said no, sorry. May you please start again?
My lord, I just confirmed that it is a three-dimensional image. It's two sets of three or one set of six. Two-dimensional is two sets of five or one set of 10.
It's two sets of 3. Enye ke futhi bekuthi ama-set amabili 3 noma ke iset eyodwa ke u-6.
Now, the counting of the striations. How should these striations be counted when one prefers to use the CMS method?
According to my understanding of CMS, my lord, they should be consecutive, the one after the other.
Ngokwami-ke noma ngolwazi lwami-ke uma ebalwa-ke kufanele ukuthi-ke ahambe-ke ngokulandelelana
Without a break, my lord.
ngaphandle kokunqamuka.
Thank you. In an event that there's a break, you are assisting the court. In an event of there being a break between the striations, in other words, where one finds, say, the first striation on the exhibit bullet, which runs through into the test bullet. Then there's a striation on the exhibit bullet, which is not there on the test bullet. And the third striation is there on the exhibit bullet. It also runs through to the test bullet. How do we then go about with the counting in that regard? Did you get my example?
I get your example, my
Yes.
lord. That is why we don't use CMS, my lord. We're looking at the pattern as a whole. It doesn't mean that if the mark didn't transfer either on the one side or the other side, that it doesn't exist. It's just that marks don't transfer exactly the same on everything.
Ama-mark uma lana esendluliselwa-ke kuyonke yonke into awandluliselwa-ke ngohlobo-ke noma ngendlela-ke efanayo. Ileso sizathu-ke sokuthi-ke singasebenzisi-ke lo hlelo lolu olubizwa ngokuthi-ke i-CMS.
One of the reasons could be, as Mr. Mnisi mentioned, that there is a dent in the bullet, so the surface is not equal, so therefore the mark didn't necessarily transfer from the one to the other.
Okunye-ke kungaba ngale ndlela-ke abesho ngayo-ke kwaba umnisi-ke ukuthi mhlawumbe akukho-ke uku-level noma-ke ukuthi kuyalingana-ke kunale dent abekhulume ngayo-ke uMr. Mnisi.
Well and understood. The counting method. You said you need to count the striations and that there should not be a break. I gave you an example. In respect of the example that I gave you, how do we go about with the counting business?
My lord, if there is a break, then with CMS, as I understand, you start recounting.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke kukhona-ke la ukuthi uma ubala uthole ukuthi kunala kungamuka khona-ke noma akhambi nokulandelelana kuyona i-CMS ila ubala uphinde uqala phansi futhi ubala.
Thank you. Same relative position. What do you understand with the concept?
My lord, same relative position means that if I find a mark on the base of the bullet, I would expect the mark on the base of the other bullet that I'm examining as well.
Uma-ke kukhulunywa-ke ngendawo eyodwa-ke noma-ke ku-same relative position ukuthi uma-ke imark leyo uyithole khona-ke enzansi kwinhlamvu eyodwa noma ubheka kwenye-ke uzolindela-ke ukuthi uyithole kuleyo ndawo.
When you say base of a bullet, what do you mean?
The bottom end of the bullet, my lord, if we have the nose of the bullet, which is the right, if we have a mark, for example, close to the nose, I would expect it to be close to the nose of the other test or exhibit that you are examining. It should be at the same position. You cannot compare a mark that you found on the nose to the mark you found at the base of the bullet, which would then be, if you can call it, the bottom of it.
Uma ngikhuluma ngayo-ke ibase mhlawumbe ngikhuluma khona-ke ezansi uma kusho ukuthi-ke uma ukuthi mark leyo uyitholeke la kubizwa ngokuthi-ke ikhala-ke leli layo inhlamvu ulindele nokuthi uma uyibheka kwenye-ke uyithole kuleyo ndawo kodwa ungayitholi endaweni ezahlukene.
Thank you. Now, based on what you've just said about the method of counting, when somebody says, even if there's a break in terms of the consistency of the striations, you continue to count. You don't start from one. Would you say that that student got the test right?
Are you speaking in terms of CMS?
I'm talking in terms of CMS striations, yes.
Yes, my lord. That is how they count it. If there's a break, there's no line, they do not count it. They start again until they find 3. And therefore, that is why they limit it to 2 sets of 3
Yes.
or 1 set of 6. With pattern matching, it's not the same.
Uma bebona-ke bebala-ke baze babale batholeke ukuthi-ke aqhubekekile ilapha abuyele emuva-ke khona-ke bayoqala kodwa-ke kuyona-ke i-pattern matching akwenzeki ngaleyo ndlela.
Maybe I need, I'm sorry, maybe I need to repeat my question. My question is, if a student says, it's just a hypothetical situation, if a student says in a CMS method of analysis, where, for instance, back to my example, there's a first striation that runs through the same bullet and the test bullet. There's no dispute about it. But the second striation, which is found in the same relative position or area, is only found in the test bullet. I mean, it could be either on the test bullet or on the exhibit bullet. Let's say it is only found on the exhibit bullet. But even under the strongest microscope, that striation is not there on the test bullet. And then you go to the third striation, it is found on both bullets. Then you ask the student, how do you count this striation? Then the student says to you, you continue to count. In other words, you count the first one as 1. Even if there's a breakage, you continue to count the third one as the second striation in order to get it. Would you then say that student got this method of counting right?
No, my
Thank you.
Angeke ngithi-ke uma kuwukuthi umuntu uyabala asathole ukuthi akekho akukho-ke okuqhubekayo noma kunamamuka khona abese eyaqhubeka-ke angabuyela emuva ngithi loyo muntu loyo noma loyo mfundi loyo o-right.
So you give that student the wrong because he has failed the test. And so
That is not how CMS works.
Akusiyona.
Based on my knowledge.
Ngolwami-ke ulwazi akusiyona indlela i-CMS esebenza ngayo leyo.
no, but let us talk about this student. We're not done with this hypothetical situation. I'm asking you give that student the wrong because he would have failed that answer, not so.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yebo ngizothi-ke loyo mfundi loyo-ke leyo mpendulo leyo angayitholanga kahle.
You're probably wondering who that student is. No, I won't tell you who that student is. It's for me to argue at the end of the case, not so. Thank you. I don't want to spoil it. I think I no longer have any questions for you. Thank you very much, particularly for the last answer. Thank you very much. I've got no further questions, madam. Thank you.
Yes, no problem.
Sorry,
Mr. Numan.
Yes, I have no consideration.
Oh, I guess you. Okay. Ms. Jolon,
Can I start after break?
what's the time now?
It's 11:05.
11:05.
Yeah. Fine. 11:05.
11:05. 5 past 11.
Okay, come with the top person.
question, Pablo. Under what circumstances can the microscopic verification be sought?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I can't hear, sorry.
Sorry?
Sorry, I couldn't hear. Could you maybe repeat the question?
Under what circumstances can the microscopic verification be sought?
Sought.
Yes, requested, asked.
Well, in each case, if we examine cartridge case bullets or any related thing, the procedure states that at least one person should write and document a verification.
Ngekwendlela ke kusetshenziswa ngayo ke ukuthi ke uma kwenziwa ke umsebenzi kubhekwa ke inhlamvu amagobolondo ukuthi ke kufanele kube nomuntu oyedwa ke ozobheka ke futhi abe sebhala phansi.
And then after the verification has been done, is there a need to get an additional opinions after the verification has now been done?
Verification refers to a specific person signing a document
Yeah.
as to what the results will find. Normally, once someone has signed, you would not necessarily get a second opinion.
Uma ke lokho kusho noma khuluma ngegama ke verification umuntu ozobheka ke abese yasayinda ke i-document. Uma sekwenziwe ke lokho akasikho isidingo sokuthi futhi ufunele unyulu ufo.
But if there is uncertainty on the report or on the findings of that particular analyst, he can still go further to seek for an opinion as an addition on top of the verification.
Once the verification has been signed.
Yes. The verification has been sought, but if there is still an uncertainty, the analyst can still go and seek the opinions, additional opinions after the verification.
I cannot think that...
Sorry. The language there. What is verification?
And verification is the work that is done by the second analyst to check the work or to verify the work done by the first analyst.
So if he doesn't verify, that's the end of the story. He says Rata is wrong. So the verification force, it must be so logical. Are you with me?
Yes, my lord.
Assuming you do a verification and you discover that me, the analyst, I am wrong. You don't point it out to say you're wrong.
Before I sign anything, my lord, if I find differences from you, I will point it out to the analyst before I sign any document.
No, we're talking about the verification.
Yes, I will once sign the verification. I will bring it to the attention of the examiner.
And that's it.
If there is disagreement.
Yes, I will not sign a document stating that, for example, if the analyst makes it inconclusive, or let's say for the examiner makes it positive and I find that it's negative, I will not sign it. I will bring it to the attention that I don't agree with your finding, and then it will be discussed, or a second or third person might be involved.
Okwenzekayo lana ukuthi uyabheka ke la umnikeze fanele uqinisekise khona ke angeke ngisayineke uma ngithola ukuthi wena lokho okutholile ayisikona mina engikubonayo ke angeke ngikusayindeke le document leyo ngizokhuluma nawe bese ke mhlambe siyadlulela ke sifune olunye uvo.
Then under what circumstances can an analyst go and seek for an opinion when his work has already been verified?
In this instance, verification means that the verification form has been signed. So an analyst will not go ask for a second opinion if a verification has already been signed, my lord.
Uma kuwukuthi manje ke le document leli ke ebiza verification ukuthi seyisayindiwe ke loyo ke bekuyena besebenza ke ngawo lamazibili lawa asikho ke manje isidingo noma ngeke ahambe futhi andlulele komunye.
And then the analyst is still not satisfied, he is allowed to go and seek for the opinion of the other additional analyst.
Yes, my lord, but not after a verification form has been signed.
Uma ke engenemeke ingabe angandlulela yini ayofuna ke uvo lomunye kodwa lokho akwenzeki ke uma ngaba le document leli selisayindiwe.
When Lieutenant Colonel Magena approached you for an opinion, did he inform you that he had already approached Lieutenant Colonel Serrero to ask for the verification?
No, my lord.
Uma eza kuwena ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ingaba washo wakutshela yini ukuthi ebesehlangene noma ebesekile ke uLieutenant Colonel Serrero? Cha.
Did you ask him if verification has been done before you can give opinion in,
No,
in that case?
No, my lord.
Ingabe wambuza yini ukuthi selibhekiwe yini noma sekusayindiwe yini ngaphambi kokuthi wena unikeze ngovo? Cha.
Why did you accept the request to do an opinion when you did not know whether the verification has been done or not in this case?
My lord, any analyst at their own discretion can ask as many people as they want. I don't have to question as to how many people he's asked before he's asking me. He's asking me for an independent opinion, which I gave.
Konganike ukuthi ke manje wena ke univumeke ukunikeza ngovo ungazi ke noma usungambuzanga ukuthi mhlambe sesinikiwe yini isiqinisekiso noma sekusayindiwe yini. Nawuphi ke umcwaningi unelungelo lokuthi ke angabuza abantu noma bangaki ke mina nginalo ilungelo lokuthi ngimbuze.
Out of 6,805 cases that we have examined in the ballistics, how many out of this have you asked for an opinion above the verification report?
My lord, that would be practically impossible for me to answer because some are firearm-related cases, some are microscopic cases. I won't be able to recall exact cases.
Lana ke kuma case na njengoba ushilo ukuthi suwenze ama case angale noma ke awu 6805 mangaki ke oye wacela kuona ke uvo nangaphezulu ukuthi ke mhlambe selibhekiwe kwasayindo noma ku verifyiwe lokho kangeke kubelula ke ukusho ngoba ke lamacala la amanye amacala owabheka nge microscope amanye amacala eibham.
I'm trying to understand the experience that enables you to give an opinion in this case. In this particular case, how many cases have you given an opinion on the same examination, including the bullets, like what we've done in this case? Bullets, comparison of bullets, microscopic verification, comparison, in order to give an opinion.
My lord, as I said, I cannot recall the exact amount. I've done it before. I've asked people to give an opinion on my cases before. Currently, as a group leader, I confirm cases for members in my group often.
Lana ke nanje mangisho ukuthi nganzima ke ukusho ukuthi lokho kwenzeke amahlandla mangakike shilo ukuthi ke maningi ama case engwenzile kwamanye kube yimina engicela ukuthi ke kuyiqala engilenzile noma ngisebenze ngalo umuntu anikeze uvo nanjengamanje ke nanjengoba ngingumholi ke wethimba ke kuba yimina ke manje obheka umsebenzi walabo engisebenza nabo.
In 2020, when you gave an opinion here, your rank was a captain and Mangena was lieutenant colonel who had a higher rank than you. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what Lieutenant Colonel's rank was in 2020, my lord, but if that is true, it's a higher rank.
Anginasiqiniseko sokuthi ke ngo2020 babuyisiphiki isikhundla noma ke rank yakhe uma ngena kodwa uma kuukuthi ke wayoKenel yebo singaphezulu kwesami.
Can a person of a higher rank, lieutenant colonel, ask for an opinion from a junior who is captain in terms of the rank?
My lord, a lieutenant colonel can even go so far as to ask a warrant officer for an opinion. Your rank is not related to your experience.
Ingabe umuntu oKenel uyakwazi yini ukuthi ahambe ke ayo kumuntu ongenzathi kena ngesikhundla captain ayocela uvo uthi mayiphendula ke uLieutenant Colonel uyakwazi nokuthi andluleke amshiye uCaptain ayobuza ke uwarrant officer.
As I explained yesterday, my lord, as long as the person is competent on the level, he can give an opinion.
Isikhundla sakho ke asihlangeneke nokuthi umuntu azocela uvo kuwena ke uma nje ukuthi ke yebo kushiwo kwena ukuthi lo msebenzi ulungeleke ungawenza lokho ke indaba yesikhundla ke ayisho lutho.
And then it is your evidence that you did not record any notes, not even a diary to record the work that you did in this particular case.
That's correct, my lord. I don't diarize every verification or case that I examine on the microscope.
Kubufakazi bakho ke futhi ukuthi akukho la ubhale khona futhi noma ke kuyi-diary lokho owakuthola ke yebo kuyiqiniso umsebenzi ke engiwenzayo akukho la engiwubhala khona noma ke kuyi-diary.
In the case of an opinion, I've made no notes, but when I give a verification, I complete the document in the case file as record.
Kodwa uma la engicela khona ukuthi anginikeze ngovo akukho ama notes engiwenzayo kodwa ke uma ke ukuthi ke manje kufanele ngibheke lo msebenzi ngokuqinisekise lokuthiwa ke verifya ila engenza khona khona ke ngibhala khona ngibese ngifaka kwi-file.
Is it your choice, or it's an operational standard that you need not to complete or to make a record if you are giving an opinion?
My Lord, if an analyst asks me for an opinion and they're not asking me to verify it, it is discretion of the analyst. As long as one person that examined those exhibits and tests in the case signs a verification form, it is sufficient.
Lana ke kuba kulona ke omcelileke ukuthi uma ethi anginikeze ngofo ukuthi ke ngingabhali lutho ke kodwa uma kwaneleke uma ekhona umuntu oyedwa yena ke obhalileke phansi ke wabe eseyasayina.
Yes, my question is it an operational standard of working that gives you a choice of not recording the work, so that you can give us reference to that operational standard which says an analyst who is giving an opinion is not obliged to record the work that he has completed?
My Lord, there is no document limiting an analyst as to how many people he can ask for an opinion.
As alikho ke document esinalo elithi ke kulowo ke umntwaningi ukuthi ke kufanele ngokomthetho ke aye kubantu abangaki ukuthi bamnikeze ufo.
No, I think you missed my question. I am saying, is there an operational standard, a policy which gives you power and authority not to record the work that we have conducted when you are requested to give an opinion, so that you can refer us to that policy or operational standard, so that you can look at it to see that you were right not to record the work that we have conducted?
Sorry, Mr. Chololo. I'm sorry. But this witness says there is no document. And you are saying you want to test that declaration by having access to a document or a policy.
Yeah, my Lord, I think the witness can ask because she did not answer what I've asked. That's why I'm repeating this question here.
Okay.
The procedure, as I mentioned, states as long as one person that verified the case signs the document, a second analyst, it is sufficient, irrespective of how many people gave an opinion in respect to the case.
Engikushilo-ke mina ukuthi ke ukuba nje ukhona ke oyedwa yena ke ubhekile umsebenzi wabe eseyalisayinda ke idocument noma bangaki ke aye kubona wacela uvo kodwa uma nje ekhona lo oyedwa yena ke osayindile.
Thank you very much for answering that question. Which procedure? I want to see that procedure. Which procedure? Because we are saying it's a procedure at the ballistic. Is it a policy? Where is that procedure coming from? I want to verify that procedure that you are referring to, that gave you permission to work and not make any recordings of the work that you conducted when you gave the opinion.
My Lord, as I've mentioned before, there is no document limiting or stating that I cannot give an opinion in a case on any analyst.
Bese ngishilo-ke ngaphambili ukuthi ke alikho-ke idocument elishoyo ke ukuthi mina anginako-ke noma angikwazi-ke ukuthi nginganikeza ngovo noma kuliphi icala.
Okay, let's move on. You further testified as to how you conducted the microscopic examination. Am I correct?
That's correct, my Lord.
Yebo ngishilo-ke ukuthi ke lo cwaningo lolu noma ke le lokusebenzisa i-microscope ngakwenza kanjani.
Can you be able to tell us how many striations you observed on the exhibit bullet?
No, my Lord, as I made no notes, I cannot say.
Nanjengoba ke ama-notes engazange kwenzeka ngeke ngisho-ke ukuthi ke kwinhlamvu lena ke exhibit kunama-striations amangaki engawathola.
Okay. Can you also be able to tell us how many striations you observed on the test bullets which gave you the positive identification of the reports that you were doing, of the examination that you were doing?
Referring to an amount. No, my Lord, I cannot give an amount, as I made no notes.
Angeke futhi ngisho ukuthi ke ngokwenani ke ukuthi kwakungangaki ke kunama-test bullet nanjengoba ama-notes engawenziwe.
Do you agree with me that the whole process that you conducted in this microscopic examination has not been presented before this court?
Excuse me, sorry, maybe I
Do you
misunderstood.
agree with me that the whole microscopic examination that you conducted, has not been presented before this court?
No, I don't agree, my Lord.
Angivumelani nawe ke uma uthi ke lo msebenzi engawenza ngisebenzisa yona microscope ukuthi ke awethuliwe phambi kwalenkantolo.
I explained the procedure I followed yesterday, my lord.
Izolo ke ngishilo ukuthi yipi ke indlela ke noma ke ngenza kanjani.
Okay, if you don't want to answer, there is no problem. And then you further said that you searched for the marks when you were testifying. In other words, you searched for the striation which gave you the identification. Did I get you correct?
Yes, my lord.
Yebo uqiniso ngishilo ukuthi ngabe sengibheka ke ama mark lawo.
And all these matching striations that you got on both sides, you have not been able to present such evidence in a chart in this court.
My lord, I did not prepare a chart for the court.
Kuyiqiniseka ukuthi yona ke i-chart ke noma la eboniswa khona ke lokhu mina ngakwenza ke ayikho i-chart engiyenzile ke.
And you furthermore testified that you refreshed your memory or you used the case file from Lieutenant Kenneth Mangena to recall the facts of this case. Am I correct?
No, my lord, I used the case file to recall how the exhibits and tests were marked whilst compiling my report.
Ayekushilo ukuthi ngisebenzise yona ke ifile ukubheka ke ukuthi ke ama test kanye lama test ke enziwe amakhwe kanjani ke uma ngilungiselela umbiko wami.
Which file did you use?
The case file
Yes.
related to the case, my lord.
Ifile ke le emayela nale cala.
So that's the file that was prepared by Kenneth Mangena. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ileyo file leyo ke ilungiselwe uyena ke uKenneth
So
Mangena.
why are you saying no, you used the file?
Because, my lord, as I mentioned previously, I did not make notes on the specific examination. When compiling this report recently, I needed to be sure as to how the exhibits were marked and how the tests were marked. Not a finding, only how they were marked in order for me to be able to compile the report.
Nanjengoba ngishilo ke ukuthi ke ama notes angiwenzanga ke ukuthi manje ke ngenze umbiko lona ke engiwenzile bekufanele ngibhekeke ngibukeke ukuthi ke ama test lawo ke uma emakwa ke amakwa kanjani.
Thank you, my lord. I've got no further questions.
Okay. Any re-examination?
Ma'am, in cross-examination by Mr. Ramosipili, you indicated that you are a operational team leader, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ke uma ngibuza uyena ke Mr. Ramsipile ukuthi ke ngumholi ke noma ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-team leader kunethimba noma iqembu engiliholayo.
What does that entail?
My lord, the duties will entail I examine, I confirm the casework, I review a case file to ascertain that what is written in the performance or is reflected correctly in the affidavit.
Engikwenzayo ukuthi ke ngibheke ke umsebenzi lowo ke ukuthi lokho akhona ke kuma forms noma ke okulindela ukuthi kwenziwe ke kuma form ethu esiwasebenzisayo uma kubhalwa ke statement esifungelwe affidavit kwenziwe ngendlela.
It also includes my confirmation for cases of members in my group.
Futhi ke nokuqinisekisa ke amaqala ke amalunga ke noma labo abakwithimba lami.
It can also include assistance with a broken firearm or an object or such things, my lord.
Lokho ke ngafaka phakathi ke nokunala mhlambe kunesibhamu khona ke esiphukile khona nezinto nje ezifana nalezo.
It also includes mentorship of some of the trainees in the group, my lord.
Futhi nokuthi ke ngiqeqesheke abanye ke balabo ke abasa qeqeshwa ke noma ke abase ama trainees kulona ke ithimba lelo.
In cross-examination by Mr. Ramosipili, you also indicated that the CMS method as well as the pattern matching method are not mutually exclusive. Do you confirm that?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ke futhi ke ukuthi ke i-CMS lena kanye nayo ke i-pattern matching lena ke akusona ke izinto noma ke akusona ke izinto ezingathi ke izikhishelwe ecaleni zombili.
And then in cross-examination by Advocate Minisi, you were taken through a hypothesis, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuqiniswa ukuthi ke advocate Mnisike khona ke lesi sibonelo noma lokho akushilo ezama ke ukuthi ke aveze noma ke enze isibonelo.
And then did you have an opportunity to see the chart that was being painted to you?
No, my lord.
Ingabe ke lokho kebezama ukuthi akuvezeke kwena ke into oye wayithola noma wayibona yini? Cha.
And then do you know if this how the said striations were counted?
No, my lord.
Ingabe uyazi nokuthi ke lawo striations lawo abalwa kanjani? Cha.
Furthermore, you also indicated during your evidence in chief that there were sufficient agreement relating to class as well as individual characteristics. Do you confirm that?
That's correct, my lord.
Ushilo ke nakufakazi bakho ukuthi wathola ke wena ukuthi ke kwakhona ke ukuvumelana okwanele uma ngaba usuhlanganisa ubheka ke kuyiqiniso lokho.
On the 22nd of July 2020, when Colonel Mangena approached you for an opinion, were you aware of any other analyst that was approached at a stage?
No, my lord.
Ngabe nge-22 zika July 2020 uma ngabe uKenel Mangena eza kuwe wawunolwazi yini lomunye umcwaningi ekwayiwa kuyena? Cha.
It was also put to you by Advocate Mnisi that Colonel Mangena only relied on CMS method to come to his finding. I want to refer you to the record of the 6th of September 2014 on
20?
No, objection, my lord. That never came from me. I never said only rely. I said Mangena used the CMS. Only used.
Okay. Only used CMS. I want to refer you to the 6th of September 2014 on page 64, line 9.
I can't recall saying only used. I said Mr. Mangena used the CMS. So, supposition or what is now being put to this witness as something that could have been said by me is not accurate. Requesting the state to quote me accurately.
You're quoting him.
I was making my best attempt
just listen.
to quote.
Are you quoting Mangena or are you quoting the advocate here?
I wanted to quote a little bit from the advocate and quote what Mangena said in response to that.
Okay, let's hear what you want to say.
Okay. On page 54, 6 September 2014.
2014.
Yes. You can just read where they highlighted, just line 9.
2024, not 2014.
Sorry, 2024, my apologies.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, Mangena, where I highlighted with red.
Mr. Mangena, my lord, the quality in both striation markings and pattern markings. They qualify, excuse me.
Lana ke kufundwa ke nge-6 zika September bona ke lonyaka uma uKenel Mangena ethula ubufakazi bakhe ke ukuthi zombili ke ukuthi ke ziyatholakala noma ziyaqualify ke kuma striations markings ipattern kanye futhi ne pattern markings.
And then the next paragraph 10, line 10.
Just line 10.
Yes.
Markings and pattern markings, my lord.
Lana ke ku-10 ke ukhuluma ke ngama markings kanye nawo ke ama pattern marking.
Okay. And then on the 6th of September 2024, on page 17, line 10. Just read. Or we can start on line 9, just above where I highlighted.
Method did you use? Okay, and then which method did you use or did you apply?
Lana ke kufunde ngokuthi ke manje yiphi ke indlela owayisebenzisa noma owasebenza ngayo.
And then the response after.
There are in some instances where you apply on both of them.
Phenduleke uKenel Mangena athi ke kwezinye ke indawo ke la ukusebenzisa kokubili.
Thank you. And then in your line of duty, is there any specific number of opinions which an analyst can seek from colleagues?
No, my lord.
Umsebenzini owenzayo ke ingaba mhlambe khona yini inani ke noma ke inamba ethize la uza kwenu noma labantu angaya kubona ayofuna uvo cha.
And then can you confirm the last time if indeed this was not a borderline case?
In my opinion, my lord, this is not a borderline case.
Ngokwami ke ukusho ke kwabasilona ke icala leli ke ongathi ke lokuqophelo ke elithize noma ke libhekwe nje ethize.
That's all, my lord.
Yeah, when you said, just for clarification, you say you have some persons under your group, trainees.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso bakhona abantu ke ama trainees abasebenza bakhona.
How many are they under your group?
Approximately 3 or 4.
About 3 noma about 4.
When did you start being promoted to have trainees, which you also mentor under your group?
My lord, as a group leader, essentially I'm the acting group leader in the position of my lieutenant colonel. I started mentoring as a group leader in January 2022.
Alike ngoJanuary ka2022 lapho na ke manje kuthiwa ke angibambeleke noma ngibambe ukuthi ke ngibe yilowo ohola ithimba.
By the way, you said you started training for ballistics in Pretoria. When?
In the year 2000, March, my lord.
2000?
March 2000, my lord.
March.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
NgoMarch ka2000 uma ke ngiqeqeshwa ke
Full time?
Pretoria.
Full time, my lord.
It's about how many years now?
It's 24, my lord.
24 years.
Minyaka ke manje ewu24 leyo.
That case you mentioned in 2006, you call it what's the...
The Jeppestown massacre.
Was it in 2006?
I think so, my lord. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, fine. Just-
Usengenzeka ukuthi leqala bengikhuluma ngala Jeppestown ngalingo 2006.
So in other words, all I want to ascertain is, as early as 2006, you were attending court.
That's correct, my lord.
Ngo 2006 ngase ngihamba inkantolo.
Okay, any questions arising? No questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, Mr.
All this next state witness, Captain Malisela Eliakim Mtini. Yes, whilst we are waiting for the witness, I would like to introduce a new exhibit that the witness will also make reference to. It is marked as Exhibit 0001. The witness will refer to such an exhibit.
Oh, one.
Yes. And we'll provide the original copy of the document to the defense.
Okay,
It's a single page, my lord.
single page.
Yes.
There's another document here, 000.
Yes.
So this one joins.
Indeed, my lord.
Okay, fine. So West and Kim.
Saying he gave us an original. I've got a photocopy here.
We will provide the defense with the
I
original.
want to say it before this witness starts to testify, because we do not want to validate the evidence of this witness before we see the original. May we kindly be provided with the original before he starts to testify.
Where's the original, sir?
My lord, it will be provided to the defense.
Does it exist?
It does, my lord.
Where is
It
it?
was made from the original.
Where is it?
Send it away, my lord.
Actually, we have indicated to the state earlier on when we were given these copies that we want to verify with the original register.
Maybe, my lord, may I add, the court is always concerned about the fact that the JP is also concerned about the manner in which this trial is dragging on and on and on and on and on. I can only sincerely hope and believe that the court is taking note of the fact of what is happening here. Because this is going to constitute yet another delay. I can only sincerely believe that those delays do not always come from the side of the defense. This is caused by the state, because they come here in the morning, they throw us, they give us this information, they do not even speak to us about the original, they come up with new information on a daily basis, and they expect us to be up and above and start to proceed with the matter on the basis of this new information that they give us on a daily basis. I'm very concerned as well.
Is this about the record of the traveling?
Indeed, my lord,
Of
on
the
the
vehicle.
27th of October 2014, we're only referring to a single entry in that document.
Which is what?
Doesn't matter.
The third entry, my lord.
It's a common document, just information.
17922.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, it will be provisionally admitted because they say it's coming. If it doesn't come, then the admission will be expunged. Okay. Yeah, can you start then?
Sorry, madam.
You able?
I have not consulted because I thought that we were going to be provided with the original.
Yeah, they say this document only pertains to the third entry, ne?
Correct, my lord.
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Yeah, you can consult Mr. Umal.
But my cross-examination, my lord, is not going to be limited to that entry.
Yeah, but the state says they're not going to be utilizing the other information on this document. Are you not saying that, sir?
That's what I'm saying, my lord.
Yeah, you can consult. If you want to consult.
It's dangerous, my lord, to be handed with a document, a leaflet such as this one without the entire register, because we don't know what is happening here. So we want to compare and contrast the sequence of the information that is contained in this document from the original source. And if we don't have the
So you want,
original source, we are
wait.
able.
So you want the register itself, the complete register.
That's the original document.
Do you want the complete register?
We don't know whether it comes from the register or what, but the original source where this information is coming from.
What is the original source, Mr. Sibande?
It's a logbook, my lord.
Where's that logbook?
Well, if I can suggest that we can start with the opinion, Exhibit Triple O, then we get to Exhibit 001 later.
It shall have suddenly come about.
And then during lunch, my lord, we can see if we cannot arrange for the
What's the time now?
original logbook. 12:17.
Is that okay? They say they can start with the original document.
It's not okay, my lord. It's not okay, and that is not the procedure for the witness to start when the parties know that the witness will be testifying on both exhibits.
Yeah, but they say the document in question will be available after lunch. Okay.
My lord, it will be unfair to start with the examination.
You know, you guys, you're just picking up trivialities. And I quoted a case to you. Director of Public Prosecutions versus the Eastern Cape. Where's that case? Just let's quote it again, please. No, wait. Let's quote that case because they say people, wait, Mr. Mnisi. They say, the law says, you mustn't put imaginary obstacles. Just quote that case again. It's not me saying that, it's the law. And it's an SCA case. I can't overrule it. Let's see that case.
My lord, with due respect, the state knew when they made copies of these that the defense is going to request original copy. Why did they not bring it in the morning?
Have you got that case? Sir?
He's trying to find the relevant passage.
It was written by Harams, man. Is it Harams? Director of Public Prosecutions. Eastern Cape. The other day, we just drew that case. What's the problem now?
My lord, I will read from paragraph 13 if it's the correct passage in any democracy.
No, just quotes the case itself, so that it shouldn't be said I'm creating new law. What's the citation of that case?
Attorney General Cape Good Hope Provincial Division and another Key versus the Attorney General Cape of Good Hope.
Nah, that's not the case. That one is by I told it's by Harams. We are reading a case by Kirchla now.
Yes.
Hey, my daughter. Jesus. That case talks about the fairness or otherwise of Section 35 pertaining to the litigants before a court.
It's National Director of Public Prosecutions and King.
That's the one. Wait. Yeah, that's the one. Is it by 5 judges? Harams. Just count the judges so that. Hello. Harams.
Nugget Mlambo.
Mlambo.
And Mijit AJA.
And who else
Yes.
also?
And Malan.
Yeah, Malan. 5 judges. What are they saying? Not Rat, the law. What's the problem now?
And we're trying to identify the relevant paragraph.
Yeah, I think it's the 3rd paragraph also. I can quote that case for you. It's fairness in a case, it's a two-way street. Have you got that paragraph?
Paragraph 5.
What does it say?
There is no such a thing as perfect justice. A
Yes.
system where an accused person should be shown every scintilla of information that might be useful to his defense and discovered in criminal cases must always be compromised. Fairness is not a one-way street conferring an unlimited right to an accused to demand the most favorable possible treatment, but also requires fairness to the public as represented by the state. This does not mean that the accused's rights should be subordinated to the public's interest in the protection and suppression of crime. However, the purpose of the fair trial provision is not to make
Any scintilla.
Yes, it's not to make it impracticable to conduct a prosecution. The fair trial right does not mean predilection for technical necessities and ingenious legal stratagems or to encourage preliminary litigation. Let me just go down.
Yeah, okay. What in simple man's language, what do they say? These 5 judges.
My lord, what they are saying at this stage is to say exactly demonstrate what is happening now, that now the defense is only picking this one entry from which is going to delay the court to further proceed at this stage just for a very minor issue, which is one entry, and they submit that the delay that is being caused, it will result in an unfair trial to the accused person, not considering the fact that also the public being represented by the state, it should also be taken into consideration.
Yeah, and this court is making an order to say if that piece of evidence is not brought to court as undertaken by the state, it will be expunged. I don't know what a judge should do. And here are 5 judges. So you can't go for predilections and try and stop a trial on a minor issue. I mean, it's a minor issue of a car which is supposed to have been used on the 2014, on the 27th, sorry, on the 27th of October 2014 at 10:15. It is alleged that this VW Jetta, which belongs to support services for the Division of Forensic Services in October, it was used from the forensic laboratory, I think, to Force Laura's crime scene examination under case number 63/10/1, and also used to the residence in Centurion. And it is signed by Captain Mangene. Okay, you can continue.
Lana-ke udaba belumayelana nokuthi-ke le document umbuso oyivezayo-ke ufakazi azokuthi ufakazi kayo abameli-ke bathi cha babefisa ukuthi bangabona-ke originally-ke kwasefundwa-ke manje-ke lo mthetho othi-ke akungabhekwa-ke into ey'ncane ezingathi-ke zilungiseke-ke ekuhambeni kwesikhathi ngokuthi-ke kulibaziseke ukukhulwa kwalo icala. Umehluleli uthi manje-ke uthatha isinqumo sokuthi-ke ungaqhutshekwa-ke manje uma kuwukuthi le document ayizi-ke nanjengoba umbuso uthembisile, ila khona-ke manje inkantolo isizoshintsha-ke isinqumo sayo ukuthi-ke manje lokho kushiwo mayelana nalokho ayafika idocument leyo, lobo bufakazi sebuzothishelwa ecaleni, kodwa kwamanje bangaqhubeka-ke.
Sorry, why don't you read that word which says scintilla of evidence? You know what a scintilla of evidence? You haven't read that thing completely. They're talking about an instance like this, a scintilla of evidence. They mean feathery light evidence, which is innocuous. Just read that also.
There is no such a thing as perfect justice.
Yes.
A system where an accused person should be shown every scintilla of information that might be useful to his defense. and
That's it.
discovery
Wait.
of
Yeah,
criminal
that's it. It's enough. They say these judges, 5 judges are saying that, not me. When there's an undertaking that scintilla of evidence will be brought, this court can make a ruling on the basis of those 5 judges.
Exhibit 001
Yeah.
after lunch can use other issues.
Have you sworn the gentleman in?
I'm about to.
Okay.
Name and surname, please.
Malisela Eliakimunti.
Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
No objection, my lord.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? Raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Sworn in.
I will present the affidavit to the witness. The witness, my lord, will make reference to exhibit 000. Say, for the record, can you please state your rank?
I am a captain, my lord.
Isikhundla ngokwesikhundla-ke ngu-captain.
It's also correct that you're a member of the South African Police Services.
That is correct, my lord.
Iqiniso ukuthi usebenza emaphoyiseni, yebo kuliqiniso.
Which unit are you attached to?
I am attached to the ballistics section, my lord.
Ngisebenza-ke kule section-ke yama-ballistic.
What is your role there? What is your role?
Our role is to examine firearms and toolmarks related cases.
Okwethu-ke ukuhlola-ke ibhamu-ke kwakunye futhi-ke namacala-ke amayelana-ke nama-marks enziwa yiwona-ke amathulusi.
Can you identify the document that is in front of you?
That is correct, my lord.
On page 5 of that document, page 4 rather, the signature there, can you identify that signature?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo-ke ku-page 4 ngiyabona-ke la kusayinjwa khona.
Is that your signature?
That is correct, my lord.
Iqiniso ukuthi mina owasayina.
On page 5 is a stamp there and a signature. Can you identify that?
That is correct, my lord.
No, page 5-ke kusayiniwe futhi kunestamp esikhona.
Do you confirm that is a stamp of the Commission of Oath?
That is correct, my lord.
Nokuthi-ke istamp salowo-ke ofundisayo.
And the date of the, can you place the date of the confirmation thereof?
The 11th of September 2024, my lord.
Idate-ke 11 September 2024.
And then at the bottom of page 1, the initial there, can you identify it?
That is correct, my lord.
Futhi-ke lapha enzansi-ke kena-ke page 1 initially-we laphayana.
Is that your initial?
That is correct, my lord.
Nokuthi futhi-ke ama-initial arm wona lawo.
And then can you proceed now to place the contents of Exhibit 00 onto the record?
Malisela Eliakimunti declares under oath in accordance with section 212, subsections 4A and 8A of the Criminal Procedure Act, Act 51 of 1977, as amended, as follows. I number 70-555-656 am a captain in the South African Police Service at the Forensic Science Laboratory, 270 Pretoria Road, Silverton, with telephone number 012-845-5902. I am a senior forensic analyst and I am in the service of the state. I have been attached to the ballistics section since 2005 as an examiner of forensic ballistics with the following qualifications and experience. Academic qualifications. I obtained a BTech degree in policing from Tshwane University of Technology in 2004. I obtained a postgraduate diploma in criminal justice and forensic investigation from the University of Johannesburg in 2006. I obtained a diploma in policing from the Technikon Pretoria in 2003. I obtained a certificate in criminal justice from Technikon Pretoria in 2000. I visited the following firearm and ammunition manufacturers to ascertain the processes that are used in the manufacturing of firearms and ammunition. Pretoria Metal Pressings, that is PMP. Somcam in Cape Town. New Generation Arm, NGA. I completed a course in bloodstain pattern analysis in 2012 and 2013, offered by Bevel, Gardner and Associates from the United States of America. Crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis level 1. Shooting incident reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis level 2. Advanced shooting incident reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis level 3. Ballistic modeling. I have to date examined the excess of 3,500 cases. I examine ballistic related cases as part of my daily task and testify on a regular basis in the courts of South Africa. I have attended the following internal and external training interventions. Identification of ammunition, fired bullets, and fired cartridge cases. The use of microscopic equipment. Microscopic individualization of firearms, ammunition, fired bullets, and fired cartridge cases. Acquisition of fired cartridge case and fired bullet data on integrated ballistics identification system, that is IBIS. Microscopic individualization of tools and tool marks. Physical matching. Microphotography. Identification of firearms. The examination of firearm mechanisms. The different manufacturing processes of firearms and firearm components. The examination of homemade devices. Techniques associated with the recovering and restoration processes of obliterated alphanumeric figures on metals. The reloading of ammunition and the manufacturing process of ammunition. Short range determination. Crime scene examination and recording techniques. Documentation of examination results. Internal forensic ballistics. Functioning of firearm mechanisms during the firing process. The burning rates of propellant powder and gas pressure. transfer of marks by the firearm to cartridges, fired cartridge cases, and fired bullets. Intermediate forensic ballistics. The effect that hot gases, propellant powder, and partially burnt propellant powder has on an intermediate target before and after the exit of a bullet from the muzzle. The forming and effect of secondary missiles caused by intermediate targets. External forensic ballistics. The trajectory of the bullet from the muzzle of the firearm to the final point of impact. Terminal forensic ballistics. The wounding effect that the bullet has on tissue. That is wound ballistics. The effect that the bullet has on the target. The effect that the target has on the bullet. I was declared competent and proficient in the forensic ballistics examination. On 22nd July 2020, during the performance of my official duties, I was requested by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena to provide a microscopic opinion regarding the following exhibit bullet and test-fired bullets. One 9mm caliber fired bullet marked 217267/14A2. 8 9mm caliber test-fired bullets marked 369 TB3 to 369 TB10 respectively. I examined the fired bullets mentioned in paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 and compared the individual and class characteristics markings transferred to them by firearm components during firing process using a comparison microscope and found the bullets mentioned in paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 were fired from the same firearm. The conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by means of an examination and process which require a knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics. And I signed the document.
Chaza-ke la uCaptain Umtini nokuthi futhi ke usebenza kuphi ke ikheli u270 okay i-Forensic Science Laboratory ese270 Mgwaqo iPretoria eSilverton ibhaliwe ke futhi nenamba yakhe ke nokuthi ke uyi-Senior Forensic Analyst futhi ke usebenzela wona ke umbuso usebenzile ke khona la kule section of ballistics kusuka ngayo u2005 njengomuntu ke omcwaningi wazo ke ibhamu noma ke ophathelene neibhamu futhi ke neyifundo ke ayiphothula wathola ke iBTech eSphoyiseni University yaseTshwane ngo2004 wathola ke idiploma yayo iCriminal Justice yoda ke ethola ke University yaseJohannesburg ngo2006 idiploma eSphoyiseni ke Pretoria Technical ngo2003 kwenye futhi naso ke certificate isatholakala asithola ke sayo iCriminal Justice kwi-Pretoria Technical ngo2000 ngiyeke noma ke ngahamba ke kule ndawo ezilandelayo ezenza ke ibhamu kanye futhi nazo izinhlamvu ukuyobona nokuyothola futhi indlela ke ezisetshenziswayo ukwenza ibhamu kanye futhi nazo izinhlamvu ePretoria Metal Pressing PMP eSomcam eseCape Town iNew Generation Army NGA ngase futhi ke ngenza ke nekhosi yamagazi ke noma la etholakala khona ke amagazi noma ke ucwaninga kwako ngo2012 nango2013 yona ke eyayenziwa iBevel iGardner Associates yase USA bese kuthi kanye futhi ke nokwakha kabusha-ke kwendawo-ke yesigameko lokuthiwa ke i-crime scene reconstruction kanye futhi ke nokutholakala kwegazi u-level 1 kanye futhi ke nokwenziwa kabusha-ke noma-ke i-shooting incident reconstruction wendawo-ke la ekudutshulelwe khona-ke kanye futhi-ke nokutholakala kwegazi-ke u-level 2 kanye futhi-ke ne-advanced shooting incident reconstruction yona-ke nayo ephathelene futhi-ke nokutholakala kwegazi u-level 3 kanye-ke nokubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-ballistics modeling. Kuze kube manje-ke sengisebenze noma-ke sengihlole-ke ama-case a-3500 ngihlola-ke ama-cases amayelana nama-ballistics nanjengomsebenzi engiwenza elanga nelanga futhi-ke ngethula ubufakazi-ke ey'nkantolo zala eNingizimu Afrika ngiyeke kulamakhosi alandelayo-ke angaphakathi nangaphandle-ke esiphoyiseni ukwahlukanisa ukuthola-ke iy'nhlamvu ey'dutshuliwe kanye futhi namagobolondo adutshuliwe kusetshenziswa-ke yona-ke noma-ke amathulusi ayo i-microscope kanye futhi nokwahlukanisa kusetshenziswa kwayo i-microscope kwey'bhamu iy'nhlamvu kanye futhi ney'nhlamvu ey'dutshuliwe kanye namagobolondo asesebenzile noma adutshuliwe ukutholakala kwamagobolondo asesebenzile kanye ney'nhlamvu ey'sebenzile lokho kubizwa-ke ngokuthi-ke i-IBIS ukuhlukaniswa-ke kusetshenziswa yona-ke i-microscope ukwazi futhi nokuqhathanisa naloko kubizwa ngokuthi-ke i-microphotography iy'thombe ukwehlukaniswa kwazo iy'bhamu ukuhlolwa kwey'bhamu ney'ndlela-ke isebenza ngazo kanye futhi-ke ney'ndlela ezahlukene zokwenziwa kwazo iy'bhamu kanye futhi-ke nalokho okutholakala kuzona-ke iy'bhamu noma-ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ama-components. Ukuhlolwa kwey'khali labo uthola ukuthi-ke lezi ozenzela zona-ke noma abantu abazenzela zona-ke ozenzele kanye-ke ney'ndlela-ke ey'hambisana nokuthola kanye futhi nokubuyisela kwalama number-ke asuliwe noma-ke uma ngabe kukhona-ke lokhu okusuliwe kusona isibhamu sinendlela-ke okanye noma kunendlela-ke yokuthi ukwazi ukubuyisela ukubuyisela kwazo iy'nhlamvu kanye futhi-ke nendlela yokwenziwa kwazo iy'nhlamvu nokwazi-ke ukuthola ibanga uma kuwukuthi-ke kutholakala ukuthi kudutshulwe kwibanga elingekho kude kanye futhi-ke nokwazi ukusebenza ukwazi ukusebenza kwindawo zeyigameko kanye futhi nokubhala phansi iy'ndlela noma-ke ama-techniques kanye futhi-ke nemiphumela yabo ukuhlolwa ama-forensic ballistics angaphakathi ukusebenza kwey'bhamu uma ngabe kudutshulwa kanye futhi-ke nala ekushisa khona impuphu-ke le ekushisayo kanye futhi-ke nokubizwa ngokuthi i-gas pressure ukundluliselwa kwama-marks odluliswa yisona isibhamu indluliselwa kumagobolondo amagobolondo adutshuliwe kanye futhi-ke nazo iy'nhlamvu ey'dutshuliwe ukuthi-ke umthelela walawo magesi lawo ashisayo kanye futhi-ke nempuphu kanye futhi-ke nomthelela-ke waleyo mpuphu leyo la inhlamvu eyakhona ngaphambi nasemuva kokuthi-ke iphumile-ke kusona isibhamu amakhosi-ke angaphandle e-forensic la ukuhamba kwayo inhlamvu uma ngaba iphuma kwisibhamu nala isiyogcina khona-ke noma ishaya khona ukuthi futhi-ke umthelela la kunenxeba khona-ke uma ngaba imbumbulu isishayile kanye futhi nomthelela wayo-ke inhlamvu la ishaya khona kanye nomthelela wala inhlamvu ishaye khona ngase kwase ukuthi-ke sorry okay emuva kwako-ke ukuthola-ke lokuqeqeshwa lokhu ila kwashiwo khona-ke ukuthi sengikulungele-ke manje ukuthi-ke ngingasebenza ngokuhlola kwawo ama-ballistics ngeyi-22 zikaJulayi 2020 ngisenza-ke umsebenzi wami ngacela uyena uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ukuthi-ke nginikeze ngovo ngisebenzisa yona-ke i-microscope mayelake nalamazibiti amabhulethi kanye futhi nalawo athestiwe-ke asedutshuliwe i-9 mm caliber inhlamvu ye-9 mm esidutshuliwe eyayimaphwe u-217267 1482 kanye-ke nenhlamvu eyithestiwe-ke zona-ke eziwu-8 ze-9 mm zona-ke zazimaphwe u-369 TB3 no-369 TB10 ngahlola-ke lezo inhlamvu lezo ey'dutshuliwe ey'chaziwe-ke lapho u-3.1 kanye naye u-3.2 ngayiqhathanisa ngase ngithola-ke ukuthi-ke kwakukhona-ke okutholakalayo-ke okwahlukanisiwe kanye naloko okuhlangene lokhu ukuthi ama-individual nama-class characteristics andluliselwa-ke kuzona yiso isibhamu noma-ke indlela-ke yokudubula yaso isibhamu ngisebenzisa-ke i-microscope leyo ngathola ukuthi iy'nhlamvu lezi ekhulunywa ngazo ku-3.1 naku-3.2 zadutshulwa-ke zibuya kwisibhamu esisodwa lokho-ke ngafikelela kona-ke ngakuthola-ke lokho ngokwamaqiniso kanye futhi-ke nangendlela-ke yokuhlola kanye futhi ney'ndlela-ke ezidinga ukuthi umuntu abe nolwazi kanye futhi-ke nobuchwepheshe-ke kulo msebenzi wama-forensic ballistic. Wasayinda-ke ku-page 4.
Okay. Sorry, what's the time?
Correct.
12:48.
12? Yeah, let's adjourn until 2.
2 of your affidavit. We have 2.1.6.4. Can you please explain in simple terms what is ballistics modeling? Another duplicate. It is not the original. It is a duplicate of the month of October 2014, and I've been made to understand that they will look for the original documentation.
What are you having there in your hands?
It is a copy, my lord.
Which copy is that now? Because we had 000001.
It's a copy of 0001.
Another copy?
Oh, no, the same copy that I referred to.
Yeah.
But now the ballistic station brought us another copy of the very same document, not the original. Now they brought a bundle. The logbook, yes.
Of the logbook?
Of the month of October 2014, yes.
Where is that logbook?
The original, they cannot trace it at this stage. They have a copy of the logbook.
Let's have a look at it.
Let me start with the defense.
You're fine.
You've seen.
See, it's a different document altogether.
No, it's not a different document. No. It's the same document. What we have done, we only took one page from that document, yes.
So this is a copy of the register for October.
That is correct, my lord.
This is for the whole of October?
The whole of October 2014. And if need be, my lord, at a later stage we can recall Lieutenant Colonel Mangena regarding that document.
I can see it's a double document.
That's correct, my lord.
So the defense is still insisting that they want the original. Mr. Ngoyizo, we want the original.
That's the correct position.
Defense, all of it. Mr. Ramsey, the original.
Same sentiment.
Mr. Music, the original.
I think the court has already made an order that if you're not granted the original, then this information will have to be
No, not this information. That one. This is a different document altogether.
No, it's not a document. It's a copy of what we have.
It's a document, a different document altogether. Because I have this is the document you guys are talking about. Am I correct, sir?
That's correct, ma'am.
And this is a completely different document because the imprimatur of the writing is on this side and on this side. Have you seen that, Mr. Ngomizo?
I've seen it, my lord, but the same copy that the court is in possession is extracted from the bundle.
Yeah, fine. I'm just saying you can see that this is a different document.
And in terms of comparing with what, my lord?
With comparing this document to this document.
No, but the same copy that is the court is in possession.
Yeah, no, that's a different document. I agree. But I'm asking you if this is also a different document.
My lord, you don't change the context.
No, it's not changing anything. All I want to ascertain is this a different document. That's all. You know.
My Lord, the problem is that we are not even in possession of the document that the court is having. Even the copies of this document, we are not in possession of
the state.
We don't need to be shown. We want to be supplied, furnished with these copies.
Shouting won't help you. Because we're dealing with facts. You haven't shown the defense that document. Hello, Mr. Sibanda.
My Lord, we have shown the defense.
They say you haven't shown them.
I did.
It was never shown to me. I personally, it has never been shown to me.
Who did you show, sir? Because I've got here
defense counsel.
They say you never showed it to them.
Let me come to the rescue. I did see it.
Whose rescue? Yourself?
To my colleague's rescue.
They say they never saw it.
I did see it.
You saw it?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Nisari never saw it.
I also did not see it, my Lord.
And even Mr. Ramsey Page. Hello?
In this form, I did not see it.
Okay, now that you see it, is it a different document? Yeah.
It's not a different document, man. I think this.
How many pages are there? Let's do the bundle education style. How many pages are there? Let's count the pages.
I don't know.
Yeah, count them.
That's the state that must take it.
Just do the bundle education style, Mr. Sibanda.
That's not a different document. Man. I think they made a copy from the copy.
I don't know that.
But that is exactly what the state has just explained now.
Mrs. Bandi, count the pages, please.
Pages, my Lord.
16 pages, this side and that side.
Just single side, if it's true, then it's 22.
If you count both sides of the document, how many pages? Hello? 29 pages. Yeah, even my bundle education tells me 2 pages and 29 pages are two different entities. This document has got 2 pages. The one I saw, triple O. 1. It has got this page which is empty, and it has got this one. So these are 2 pages of the same document. And now you're saying you've got 29 pages. Okay, so you say what's going to happen with the original document, this one, because this is the one you wanted to use.
The original of that document, my Lord, the ballistic sections, they are still searching for the original register. What they kept, it was this copy, where that document before court, it originates from. So it originates from this copy, and this copy originates from an original that is lying somewhere in the office, which they're still trying to look for.
Okay, yeah, let's continue. So you will let us know when they get the original.
Indeed so, my Lord. And furthermore, we'll address the court on admissibility of such a document at a later stage.
Yeah, I know it's an official document. When we were fighting about it, we don't know that. Yes, sir.
Yes, you were about to explain to me that concept that is mentioned in paragraph 2.1.6.4. Are you able to explain that concept?
My Lord, ballistic modeling, it's a simulation that we are, it's a program on the computer to simulate the crime scene.
ballistic modeling imomoke esinayo kuyona isystem yethu ngokusebenza ke kuyona indawo yesigameko noma ke crime scene.
Is that all?
That is correct, man.
And in paragraph 2.2, you made mention of 3,500 cases. So, what I want to know from you is, have you testified in the magistrate court before?
That is correct, my lord.
Labo 2.2 khuluma ke ngama cases awu 3,500 usuwenzile sikwakuthola yini ubufakazi magistrate court yebo kuyiqiniso.
And then have you testified in the high court before?
That is correct, my lord.
Nasenkantolo ke ephakemeke ubufakazi bethulile.
Do you know the last time you've given evidence in court?
If I have to talk from my memory, my lord, July, August, I was in Toyando High Court.
Uma nje ngikhumbula ke ngoJuly August ngangisenkantolo ephakemeke yaseThoyando.
That was in Waterval.
Waterval.
And then do you know approximately how many times you have testified in the high court?
That I cannot recall, my lord.
Angikhumbuleki ukuthi amahlandla mangaki ngithula ubufakazi enkantolo ephakeme.
I see you joined the ballistic sections in 2005. To date, how many years of experience do you have? That is on paragraph 2.1.
I am 19 years, man.
Ngiyabona ukuthi ke isection lena ama ballistics uqale ukusebenza khona ngo2005 manje ngamanje ke iminyaka emingako usebenza khona iminyaka u19.
And in paragraph 2.4, you indicated that you were declared competent and proficient in forensic ballistics examination. Do you recall which year?
I can recall it was 2009.
Unyaka ke kwangu-2009 uma sekushiwa ukuthi manje sengikulungeleke ukuthi ke ngawenza ke lo msebenzi wokuhlolwa ke kwawo ama-ballistics.
And this declaration, does it follow or it comes before a training that you have to undergo?
That is correct, madam. It comes after completion.
Mase ngiqedileke ila khona ke ukuthi ngiqeqeshwa ila kushiwo khona ukuthi sengikulungeleke ukuthi umsebenzi lo ngingawenza.
Have you given a certificate of competency or proficiency? Or it's like our doctorates. Say, hi, Dr. Mukhatring. When you ask, is a doctor of what, they don't even know themselves.
My lord, each and every training level, after you have been declared competent, then they will sign you off. Then you go to the next level, up until you finish the whole course. If you can check from 2005 to 2009, it's 4 years. So this one I was declared competent in all those levels.
Okay.
Obakwenzayo ke lana ukuthi laba kusayinela khona ke uma usuwaqedile onke ke ama level emuva kwawo ke uma ifo ama level ilama isebesho khona ukuthi usukulungeleke ukuthi umsebenzi ungawenza.
You further indicated that you are a captain. When did you become a captain?
I became a captain in 2015.
Ushilo ukuthi u-captain uqale nini ba wena captain ngo-2015.
And then have you done any ballistic related work outside the Republic of South Africa?
I accompanied Lieutenant Colonel Mangena to Lesotho.
Usuke wasebenza ke ngaphandle kwaseNingizimu Afrika ngakhapha ke yena ke noma ngaphelezela yena ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ukuya eLesotho.
Now, having mentioned Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, how do you know him?
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, he is my colleague, he's my crime scene commander. That's how I know him.
Indlela engimazi ngayo ke uza kwethu uColonel Mangena kwaye futhi ke ucommander ke kwindawo ke zesehlakalo noma zesigameko crime scene commander.
And he is my mentor as well.
kuba uyena ke futhi bonisayo ke noma ongiqeqeshayo.
When did he become your mentor?
Since I've started at ballistics, man.
Lokho kuqale ngesikhathi ngiqala khona ke umsebenzi wama ballistics.
And then on paragraph 1, you mentioned that you work at 270 Pretoria Road, Silverton. I assume that is a building belonging to the South African Police, correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo le bhilidi la 270 Pretoria Road, Silverton, ibhilidi lelo lamaphoyisa.
Do you have an office in that building?
That is correct, my lord.
Futhi ke nginehhovisi khona lapho.
Can you describe to the court how is your office situated inside that building?
My office is situated on the first floor of the building, my lord.
Ihhovisi lami ke likwi first floor lalo bhilidi.
And then in relation to Colonel Mangena?
We were previously on the same wing, my lord. I've just moved to the other wing a few years ago, my lord.
Sasikuhlangothi olodwa kodwa ke iminyaka nje imbalwa endluleke ngase ngiya ngakulunye ihlangothi.
And then do you know Captain Rieta Grobler, the previous state witness?
That is correct, my lord.
Naye ke uCaptain Rieta Grobler obe ufakazi nje phambi kwakhe ke ngiyamazi.
Is your office also equipped with a microscope?
That is correct, my lord.
Ingabe office lapho nalo ke linayo i-microscope yebo.
And then now let's focus on page 4, paragraph 3. Where you said you were asked to do a microscopic opinion. Do you understand what that is?
That is correct, my lord.
Are you in a position to explain to the court what is it? Take your time, explain. And also give Mr. Jonas an opportunity to interpret. Also bear in mind that my colleagues will also be taking notes.
My lord, an opinion is when an analyst or examiner comes to you and asks you to give a comparison microscope opinion on the exhibits that you will be having, my lord. It is an informal procedure that when you give that particular opinion, you don't document anything anyway.
Uma ke ucela uvo ila khona ke lo umcwaningi noma kuyena ke ohlolayo amazibithi lawo eza kuwena ke ezokucela ethi ke ucela ke umnikeze uvo kulawo amazibithi lawo uzobe ke usebenza ngawo. Uma ke ukwenza ke lokho akukho la obhala khona phansi.
So in this case, my lord, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena came to my office and he requested me to give him an opinion with regard to the exhibit bullet and the test bullets to determine if they could have been fired from the same firearm or not.
Lana ke uKolonel Mangena weza ke office lami ezongicela ke ukuthi ke ngibheke ke noma ngihlole ke inhlamvu lena ke izibithi kanye nalezi inhlamvu ke ezazitestiwe ukubheka ke ukuthi zazibuya noma ziphuma ke kwisibhamu esisodwa yini.
The opinion I'm referring here, my lord, is a microscopic opinion.
Lolu vo ke engikhuluma ngalo lana ke ilolu ke olutholakala ke ngokusebenzisa yona i-microscope.
Can you now explain the process?
My lord, I have taken the tests that Lieutenant Colonel Mangena gave to me, and I put them on the comparison microscope to familiarize myself with the marks that are on those particular tests.
Ngathatha ke ama-test eza nawo kumina uKolonel Mangena ngase ngwabeka ke kuyona ke i-microscope ukuzijwayeza ke nama-marks akhona kuwona.
And then after familiarizing myself with the markings of those particular tests, of course, my lord, I have to check the class characteristics, that I'm looking at the same tests that have the same grooves, that are rifling towards the same direction.
Uma ngikwenza ke lokho ke kunalokho engikubhekayo ke lokho esikubiza ke ngokuthi ama class characteristics nokuthi futhi ke ama grooves futhi ke nokubheka nawo ama grooves.
After I've familiarized myself with those tests, my lord, I will put one test mounted on the microscope on the right hand side.
As it is the court, I'm not so sure whether my eyes are deceiving me, but it looks as if, and my ears as well. It's as though the witness is reading from something. I'm not so sure.
Is that your affidavit, sir?
This is my affidavit, my lord.
Yeah, just show it to counsel, because I can see it's an affidavit from here.
There seems to be a book there. No, this we have. This is a feature. But I was checking him when he was testifying, he keeps on looking down and talking. As if he's reciting what he's looking down at. We need to be very vigilant about these approaches.
So about it, proceed.
And then after I familiarize myself with the markings on the test, my lord, then I will pick one test, then I've put it on the right side of the microscope, my lord.
Emumva kokuthi sengijayezile ke nalama markings ngizothatha ke test eyodwa bese ngibeka ke uhlangothi langakusokudla kuyona ke i-microscope.
And I've put the exhibit bullet on the left side of the microscope, my lord.
Bese ngithatha ke ihlamvu lena ke kuyiyona ke exhibit ngibeka kuhlangothi langaku-left kuyona i-microscope.
And I rotated the exhibit up until I find certain marks on the particular groove, and I put that particular groove at the center of the microscope so that I can just see it.
Bese ke ngiyajikelezisa ke zombili ke bese kuthi kunala khona ke ngibona mhlambe khona ke ama marks bese kuthi leyo groove leyo ke iyona ke engizobeka ke phakathi nendawo kuyona i-microscope.
And I will look for the same groove, my lord, on the test as well, up until I find a match.
Bese kuthi nakuyona ke lena ke engakuhlangothela ngokuthi ekuyi-test ke nayo ke ngizoyibheka ke ngize ngifike khona ke la ekuhlangana khona ke noma ke ekufana khona.
After I've just found my ID, my lord, then I will rotate the test and the bullet simultaneously so that I can be able to see what I can find on the other groove as well. We call it a follow-up.
Bese kuthi ke kunalokho esikubiza ngokuthi ke ukulandelela ke i-follow up ila khona manje sengizozihambisa zombili ke ngesikhathi esodwa bese kuthi kube yila engifika khona ke ngithola ukuthi ngifika kwenya i-groove.
My lord, the bullet has lengths and grooves. Whenever I rotate the one after I've got my ID, whenever I rotate the one that is on the right, what I will be doing there, I'll be doing it on the left, because I have to rotate them at the same time. Check the first groove and the third groove to find the follow-ups that will give me an indication that it is indeed a match, my lord.
Engikwenzayo ke kwisandla sangokwesokudla ikona ke ngikwenzayo nakusandla sakho sokunxele ukuthi ke ngizihambisa zombili ke ngesikhathi esodwa nanjengoba ngenzeke lokho kulandelelaka noma leyo follow up leyo.
When I'm satisfied that I had sufficient agreement of that particular test and the exhibit, then I've done that. I will do that with the second test, my lord.
Sengikwenzeleke noma sengenelisekileke ukuthi manje ngitholileke okwaneleke futhi okuvumelanayo ke ngizokwenza ke lokho nange-test lesibili.
And I found the similarities, my lord. Then I've taken the exhibit and the test back to Lieutenant Colonel Mangena and informed him of my finding, my lord.
Sengithatha ke manje ke mhlawumbe ke lena ezibithi kanye futhi ke nala ama test noma a test ngibuyela kuyena uKenneth Mangena sengiyamtshela ke ngeke ngitholile.
And then what was your finding?
I found out the bullet and the tests were fired from the same firearm, my lord.
Engathola ukuthi ke inhlamvu kanye nale inhlamvu ke ezayisetshenziswa ke ukutesta ke ukuthi zazibuya noma zadutshulwa ke kuya kwisibhamu sodwa.
Thank you. Do you recall the date in which Colonel Mangena approached you for an opinion?
My lord, from my head, I wasn't going to recall the date, my lord.
Engabe yakhumbula yini ilanga ke awaza kuwena uKenneth Mangena ezokucela ke lolu uthi ke la kumina ke noma ke kusebenzisa nje umbabango wami noma ikhanda lami engeke ngikhumbule.
And then subsequent to that, did you find out when was the date exactly?
That is correct, my lord. I approached Lieutenant Colonel Mangena as he had the case file. He's the examiner of the case file, to remind me which date did he give me the exhibit and the test for microscopic opinion, my lord.
Ngase ngiyakena ke uKenneth Mangena nanjengoba ke yena ke wayenayo ke ifile uyena ke wayesebenza ke ngalama zibiti noma ngazibiti leli nalama test ukuthi ke angikhumbuzeke noma ngitshela ukuthi date kwakunini.
And then did you know at the time, on the 22nd of July 2020, that the tests or the opinion that you were given, it was relating to this case that we are busy with today in court?
And after I've given my microscopic opinion, it was Lieutenant Colonel Mangena who informed me that this was the Senzo Meyiwa case, my lord.
Emuva kokuthi noma wawazi ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke ukuthi ke lokho kwakwenza ke kwakumele nawe uqala le eliphambi kwenkantolo namuhla emuva kokuthi sengiwenzeleke ama test lawo uKenneth Mangena owangitshela ke ukuthi kwakumele nawe uqala eka Senzo Meyiwa.
And then 3.1, you also made mention of one 9mm caliber fired bullet mark 217-267/1482. You see there?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo uthi 3.1 ukhuluma ke ngenhlamvu ke eyayiseyisebenzileke noma ke edutshuliwe eyodwa yohlobo ke 9mm eyayimakwe u217-267-1482.
How did you determine that this was a 9mm caliber fired bullet?
I had to refresh my memory, my lord, from Lieutenant Colonel Mangena's case file.
Kwazi kanjani ke ukuthi le nhlamvu lena ke kwakuyinhlamvu eyidutshwe noma ke eyayibuya ku9mm lokho bekwafanele ngibuyeleke noma ngiyobheka ke ifile yakhe uKenneth Mangena.
And then using the class characteristic markings of an exhibit or a specimen, are you able to determine the caliber of a fired bullet?
A caliber, my lord, is determined by weighing the base of the bullet and its weight.
Uhlobo ke ukuthi ke uhlobo lunike lenhlamvu lolu ukuthi ke ukutholeke lokho ukuthi ke ukaleke isindo ke kanye futhi ke ne base noma la enzansi kuyona inhlamvu.
Thank you. Now, is it a norm within the ballistic environment that an examiner can ask for an opinion from a colleague?
That is correct, my lord. That is very common in ballistics to ask for an opinion, my lord.
Lebo lona ke lokho into ke ejwayelekile ke yenzekayo ke ukuthi ke kuma ballistics uceleke upho.
Okay. And at the time when you were asked or you were approached for an opinion, did you know if other examiners or other analysts were also approached for a similar opinion?
I did not know, my lord.
ngaleso sikhathi ke eza kumina ke uKenya Mangena ngangazi mina ke ukuthi ukhona ke abanye bacela ke uvo.
Have you personally asked a colleague for an opinion?
I have done that before, my lord.
Wena ke usuke wamcela uza kwenu ke umcela uthi ufuna uvo kena yebo senge ngakwenza lokho ngaphambilini.
Have you given an opinion in the past?
That is correct, my lord.
Nami senge nganikeza ngovo ngaphambilini.
Do you remember the last time you gave an opinion?
Even if I cannot recall the exact date, but during the month of August, I've requested an opinion, my lord.
Noma ke ilanga ke nomusuku ke ngasakhumbuli kodwa ke kuyona ke inyanga kaAugust kumbula ke ngicela noma ngacela ke uvo.
And then at the time when you do this opinion, do you do it independently?
That is correct, my lord. I've done that independently.
Uma ke ukwenza lokho ukwenza uyimele yini? Yebo ke ngikwenza ngiyimele.
Do you in my mind? Were you ever asked in the past to verify a finding?
That is correct, my lord.
Usuke ngaphambilini wacela yini ukuthi ke manje uqinisekiseke okwathola noma ke isinqumo somunye yebo ngeke ngakwenza.
And then how do you go about doing the verification?
After verifying, my lord, there is a pro forma that I completed, my lord. I will write the details of the exhibits or the tests that I will be doing the verification on, and the results thereof, and I will put a signature and date, my lord.
Okwenzekayo ke lapho ukuthi ke kune paper ke noma ke iform ekhona ke lapho la uzobhala khona imininingwane ke yalawo mazibiti ozokusebenza ngawo nemiphumela bese kuthi futhi ke uyasayina.
Okay, let me understand this. The same process that you follow when you give a microscopic opinion, is it the same process that you follow when you do the verification?
The instrument used, my lord, is the same. The process of verifying and that opinion is the same. The difference will be that when you are doing verification, you are going to sign. When you are giving an opinion, it's just an informal procedure where you are not going to sign. You just give an opinion.
Indlela ke yokwenza lapho ukuqinisekisa nokunikeza uvo iyafana kanye futhi ke nethulusi elisebenzisayo ke sebenzisa ke into eyodwa umehluko la ukhona ke ukuthi uma wena ke usuqinisekisa kukhona ke la usayinda khona kodwa ke umunikeza ngovo akukho la usayinda khona.
Have you ever differed with a finding of a colleague when you are approached for an opinion?
That is correct, my lord.
Bekwenzeka yini ke ukuthi uma kufanele unikeze ngovo ke noma ke mhlambe uqinisekiseke usho wena ke okwehlukile uza kwenu lona ke onikeza uvo noma lona oqiniseka umsebenzi wakhe yebo ke kwenzeka.
And then what process was it followed after you differed with the colleague?
My lord, after I differed with the colleague, then I will inform him that your findings are my findings, and my findings are not the same. So I'm not going to be able to sign for that. So he can go and request for another opinion.
Lapho okwenzekayo ke ukumtshela ke uzakwethu lokho ukuthi ke lokhu wena okutholile nalokho okutholwe mina ke akusiyona into eyodwa manje ke angeke ngisayinde kulokho usengandlulela ke ayothola uvo komunye.
Okay. And in terms of your standard operating procedures, do you have a minimum as well as a maximum number of colleagues that you can approach for an opinion?
For an opinion, there is no limit. I've never seen any document talking about a limit of people to give an opinion. However, a verifier, only one person will, after verifying, then he will sign. We've got only one document where the verifier will sign.
La khona ke khulunywa ngovo khona angaze ke noma yifi document engiyaziyo noma engake ngayibona eshoyo ke ukuthi bangapha abantu engaya kubona ukuthi banikeze ngovo kodwa ke kulowo oqinisekisayo ke njengoba ezosayinda yena ke kunephepha noma ke idocument eyodwa kuphela akufanele ayisayine.
And then now talking ballistics, do you understand the theory of identification?
That is correct, my lord.
Uma sesikhuluma ke manje ngama ballistics ke uma khulunywa ke ngokuthi ngokwazi ke noma ngokuhlukanisa ke uyakwazi lokho yebo kuyiqiniso.
So when you look at the specimen as well as the test bullet, for you to arrive into a finding, which method did you employ?
I use pattern matching, my lord.
Mina ke ukuze ngifikeleleke kwisinqumo ke ukuthi ngitholeni ngisebenzisa ke le ndlela ke ebizwa ngokuthi i-pattern matching.
And then in terms of pattern matching, what are the requirements thereof?
My lord, with regard to pattern matching, my lord, you will look at the quality of the ridges, the marks that you will be finding there, the contours. You check the peaks, the furrows. You check. There is a variety of things that you check there, my lord, in order for you to come to a conclusion. Whatever the marks or the pattern of marks that you get, it says that you must have sufficient agreement of those individual marks, my lord.
Lana ke kunezinto ke ezihlukahlukene ke oyibhekayo ke futhi ke lapho futhi ubheka ke nalokho noma izinga la ngakhona noma lokho phecelezi kuthiwa ke equality la ekuzokuthi ke manje ke uzothola ke ukuthi la cha kunokwanela ke kuyivumelwano ezikhona lapho engaholela ekuthini ufinyelela kuleso sinqumo ofinyelela kusona noma kuloko okutholayo.
Can you also clarify in simple terms what is sufficient agreement so that you can all understand?
Sufficient agreement, my lord, means that the marks that you will be seeing there in order for you to make an identification exceeds the best possible known marks that they could have been produced by another tool, my lord, which means you've got enough similarities that outweigh the dissimilarities.
Lana ke sikhuluma ke ngokuthi ke unokwanele ke kuloko okufanayo ke okutholakayo lapho okweqa ngale kuloko ke okungafani lokho kusho ukuthi ke usuthole okwanele okuvumelanayo.
Okay. If someone can come to this court and say this was a borderline case, what will be your comment?
Is an objection? I don't know.
My lord, can I just ask for clarity what borderline means?
It was not clear. It's gray area. It was not clear. It was not a clear-cut finding.
My lord, I managed to find the match on the exhibit bullet and the tests that were given to me, my lord.
Uma ngaba kunganomuntu ke ongeza kwenkantolo ke azuthi ke leqala leli ke kwakuyiqala nje ukuthi ke kwakukhona nje okwakungakhona noma bangaqaqileke lana ukuthi ke kuyangabo mina ke ngathola noma kuloko engangisebenza ngakho ke ngathola ke kukhona okuhlanganayo noma okuvumelanayo.
Can two tools, and in this instance firearms, ever reproduce similar markings, class and individual markings?
The class, my lord, we can have the firearm with the same class, but in terms of the individual characteristics, my lord, every tool has its own individual characteristics.
Ingabe ibhamu ezimbili-ke noma amathuluzi-ke kodwa sikhuluma ngebhamu lana ezimbili ezahlukene zikhipheke ama-marks esikhuluma ngala ahlanganiseneke la ubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-class characteristics afanayo. Uma siza-ke kuma-class yebo-ke kungenzeka-ke kodwa uma sikhuluma-ke ngama-characteristics awodwa ayimele ayihambela eyodwa ngeke-ke kwenzeke lokho.
Are you familiar with a process or a method called CMS?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo, CMS ngiyazi.
Have you received training on it?
My lord, I only received a workshop with regard to CMS, my lord.
Kwakuyi-workshop ke kuphela engaya kuyona-ke ephathelene nayo i-CMS.
Or I can say it's a presentation.
Noma lokho singabiza ukuthi-ke i-presentation.
Okay, now let's go back to pattern matching. I know you have already touched base with this. So when you are matching the patterns, do you only look into one group or you look at other groups where you do the follow-up?
My lord, you look on the group where you find an ID. After finding that particular ID, you will also go to the next group to see if you find follow-up marks that are supporting what you have seen on the previous group. So you can do it with other groups up until you are satisfied, my lord. You can also look. You've got also an opportunity to look on the land if you are giving an opinion with regard to the bullets, because a bullet has grooves and lengths, my lord.
Okwenzekayo-ke lana ukuthi-ke ubheka yona-ke i-groove uma usuthola-ke unokubiza ngokuthi i-ID. Uma usuyitholile-ke uma ubheka-ke manje nakwamanye ubheka ukuthi-ke khona yini ama-marks uzowathola. Kube nalokho okubizwa-ke ngokuthi-ke i-land uma usunikeza ngovo omayela noma ngokuphathelene nenhlamvu.
Okay. Now let's touch base with exhibits 001. Are you able to identify that document?
That is correct, my lord.
What is it?
This is the document that you complete when you are using the state vehicle, my lord, when you are taking a treatment.
Lana-ke i-document lena-ke oyigcwalisayo noma oyisebenzisayo-ke uma ngaba uzosebenzisa imoto yombuso.
And then does the document state what type of vehicle was used?
That is correct, my lord.
Iyachaza-ke lana ukuthi kwakuyinhloboni yemoto leyasetshenziswa.
What, can you please the vehicle on record?
It's a VW Jetta, my lord.
VW Jetta.
The subs number
is BTH 807B.
BTH 807B.
Station and code
00063.
Bese kuthi-ke isiteshi kanye necode-ke u-00063.
And then used by which division?
Forensic services.
Uhlangothi noma-ke i-division eyayisebenzisa-ke forensic services.
Month and year?
October 2014.
October 2014.
Name of the unit?
Support service, my lord.
Unit-ke isebenzisa i-support service.
Now let's focus on entry number 3 on the document. Evidence before this court is by Colonel Mangena that he reported on the crime scene in Fosloras on the 27th of October 2014 and you were in his company. Do you confirm that?
That is correct, my lord.
Ufakazi bakhe ke uKenel Mangena phambi kwale nkantolo kuthi ke ngazo i-27 October 2014 waya ke e-police yase-Phosphorus nokuthi wawuhamba naye yebo kuyiqiniso.
Scene, not police station. It's crime scene.
Indawo yesigameko e-Phosphorus.
Can you place that entry on record? The third entry.
The date is 2014, 10/27. The time of departure is 10:15.
Odometer?
Odometer reading is 17922. The destination is from FSL to Phosphorus crime scene examination. That is the purpose. Crime scene examination.
Idate kwakunge-27 October 2014 isikhathi u-10:15 imoto-ke noma-ke i-order yemoto kwaku-17922 ukusuka-ke FSL ukuya ePhosphorus ukuyokuhlola-ke kuyona-ke indawo yesigameko.
Signature of driver?
Captain Mangena.
La kusayinda khona-ke umshayeli uCaptain Mangena.
Where it says date?
2014, 10/27.
Idate-ke 2014, 10/27.
Time?
8:10 in the evening.
Isikhathi-ke u-2010 noma-ke u-8:10 ebusuku.
And then distance?
The odometer reading is 18200. We travel distance of 278 kilometers.
Bese kuthi manje-ke la kwi-order-ke u-18200 ibanga salihamba ama-kilometer awu-278.
I see the entry also made reference to Phosphorus case 636 of 10/2014. Does the same case number also appear on exhibit 000 on top right hand side?
That is correct, my lord.
Ngiyabona-ke lapha kubhaliwe-ke lapha ne-case number of 63610 of 2014 ingabe-ke ikhona yini nalana-ke ku-000 ekuyistatimende yebo kuyiqiniso.
And then Captain Mangena, is it the same Captain Lieutenant Colonel Mangena that approached you for an opinion in 2020, 22 July 2020?
That is correct, my lord.
Lana-ke kubhalwe Captain Mangena ingabe uyena-ke lo Colonel uCaptain Mangena la kodwa uyena lo Colonel Mangena ngo-2020 oweza kuwena ezocela uvo yebo kuyiqiniso.
Then do you recall attending to this crime scene examination of Colonel Mangena?
That is correct, my lord. I was with him.
Ingabe uyakhumbula yini-ke uya khona-ke kule ndawo yesigameko-ke kanye naye uColonel Mangena yebo nganginayo.
What was your rank on the 27th of October 2014?
I was still a warrant officer, my lord.
Ngo-2014-ke irank yakho kuyini ngangu-warrant officer.
And then at the crime scene, what was your role?
I was assisting Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, my lord.
Kwakuyini-ke wena wakuyenza-ke lapho ngangilekelela uLieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Were you assigned a specific role?
Not exactly a specific role, my lord. He will ask me maybe to have a measuring tape or to give him a measuring sticker, whatever that he needed at that time, my lord, to assist him with, my lord.
Ingaba khona yini-ke wena kumsebenzi kwakuthiwa-ke uzowenza noma owawuzowenza? Cha, mina-ke kwami kwakukuthi uma ngabe khona nje akufunayo noma i-measuring tape, i-measuring stick, mina-ke ngimdlulisele kona lokho.
And then do you remember what time did you arrive at this address in Phosphorus?
My lord, I cannot recall from my head, but towards midday, just maybe past 11 to 12, my lord. I cannot recall exactly what time, my lord.
Isikhathi-ke safika ngaso lapho ngesikhumbululo mhlawumbe phakathi ko-11 no-12 kodwa angikhumbuli nje ukuthi isiphi isikhathi esafika ngaso.
Okay. Do you recall at the time when you arrived, whether you immediately walked into the scene or what was the position?
Can you please repeat?
When you arrived at a particular address, did you immediately get into the scene or what was the position there?
A lot, even if I'm not 100% certain, but I remember that we stayed in the car for some time a lot.
Noma-ke ngingasakhumbuli-ke kodwa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi-ke sake sahlala-ke isikhathi sihlezi emotweni.
And then who else was in your company?
We were with Captain Mahati, my lord. Mahati, that is correct, my lord.
Sasihamba naye-ke uCaptain Mahati.
Do you recall anything specific inside in that particular crime scene?
As it's long time, my lord, some other aspects I don't think I will remember.
Na njengoba-ke sekuyisikhathi eside-ke ngicabanga ukuthi-ke okunye ngingakukhumbula.
Do you remember what time you left the crime scene?
I can't recall that, my lord, as well.
Nokuthi-ke sahamba nini-ke lapho sesibuya-ke angisakhumbuli.
Did you, Colonel Mangena, Captain Mahati, take anything from the crime scene? Exhibits.
We did not take any exhibits, my lord, that I can say.
Lokho-ke ngakusho kona ukuthi akukho ama-exhibit noma exhibit esalithatha khona lapho kwindawo yesigameko.
My lord, I have no further questions for this witness.
My lord, I say 6 minutes to 3. Can we stand the matter down until tomorrow to commence my cross-examination?
Are you available, sir, tomorrow?
That is correct, my lord, I'm available.
Where do you live?
I'm staying in Almapias next to Mamelodi, my lord.
Oh, no, Almapias.
That is correct, my lord.
Yeah. Traveled on that road. You back up from the States, sir.
Indeed so, my lord. And cross-examination can start today. I mean, 30 minutes, a lot of time. We can do a lot of work. And tomorrow is the last day, my lord, of before we go on recess. Friday, the 20th of September.
You know what Mr. Ngomezo is going to say?
I don't know, my lord.
He's going to say, I haven't consulted.
No, he has fully consulted. I can see him smiling.
Have you consulted, sir?
I don't think there was no reason to consult. But if I say I can commence my cross-examination tomorrow and the state has delayed, I can't keep on addressing as to the reasons why the matter is delayed.
You're ready?
I'm not ready. I want to thoroughly prepare my questions for this witness.
Mr. Ramsepedi, are you ready?
Is so?
You, are you ready?
I am ready.
Are you?
I am ready.
Mr. Nisi?
But, my lord, I would have been ready if the testimony of this witness was limited to his political expertise. on the purpose why he had to come here, but now it's also been taken on his drive to the scene, which version we are not even aware that he was come and confess.
So he gave irrelevant evidence.
Excuse me, madam.
Are you saying he gave irrelevant evidence also?
No, if he was there, he was there. That would be relevant. But unfortunately, they were taken by surprise.
Who's taken by surprise? You?
Excuse me, madam.
You were taken by surprise?
Yes. Yes.
Ah, see.
I did not know that they would also ask him and introduce this exhibit through him. I did not know that this exhibit would have been introduced through him. And what happened at first notice, that I did not know. I only prepared him so far as what it did at the forensic science laboratory was concerned.
So
there I would have been prepared.
You forgot about the fact that Captain Tini, Eliakim Tini, was also at the scene.
That is what surprised me, madam, because earlier on the stay it was very adamant that it does not want to call them. They only wanted to use their 212, but all of a sudden they are going to other terrains that these witnesses not been here for. If it wasn't for the defense assistance, I'm just wondering at what opportunity, when would they have had an opportunity to ask this witness to explain what happened at first arrest?
Mr. Umano, you ready?
I don't, I'm not ready. I still have to consult the portion of the record, of the transcribed record. Thank you.
I'm still waiting for the original document.
No, the question is, are you ready? I said the original documents will come.
But I cannot be ready when we were ambushed to proceed when we have not been finished with the original document. We were ambushed by the court, then we had to proceed.
The court ambushed you?
Yes, my lord.
You are in contempt of this court. I quote a law of South Africa by 5 judges, and it's got a temerity to say I ambushed you.
My lord,
5 judges.
My lord, whether it can be 6 judges from the Constitutional Court, we were ambushed in not being finished with the original document.
Asking by the court. This court ambushed you.
As the court pleases, my lord, we were ambushed
by the court. Why won't you repeat what you're saying? Ambushed by the court. This court quotes a Supreme Court of Appeal judgment of Nugent Mlambo, who's also the JP of this division. Malan.
My lord, if I can just be allowed also to utilize the court's time, there's one aspect that I wanted to take up with this witness. On the very same document, Exhibit 001, the 4th entry.
There must be a proper application. He has already said his story. He needs to have the etiquette to say, my lord, may I make an application to reopen up my case? Not to say, my lord, may I steal into the court's time. That's not an application.
Yes, Mr. Sibande, this is my...
My lord, may I request, beg leave from this court to reopen and lead this witness on one aspect since cross-examination has not commenced.
Okay, let's hear you.
The last entry there. So is it also correct that you also attended to a post-mortem in this matter?
That is correct, madam.
And then can you place the details as per Exhibit 001 into the record, the last entry?
The date is 2014, the 10th month on the 28th.
Put everything on record.
Time is 6:30. Odometer reading is 18200. Destination is from residence Centurion to Jimiston Moshad. The purpose is to attend post-mortem. Reference number is First Lawyer's Case 636 of 10/14. The signature is Captain Mangena. The return date is 2014-10-28. Time is 19:30. The meter reading is 18415. The distance traveled is 215.
Date nge-28 October 2014 isikhathi 6:30 ekuseni odometer reading ngemoto 18200 kuya-ke endlini ngala ngihlala khona eCenturion kuya-ke emakhazeni eJemiston inhloso kuba kuyo ukuya-ke ku-postmortem Force Lotus case 63610 2014 owasayinda-ke uCaptain Mangena mase sibuya-ke kwakungeyi-28 October 2014 isikhathi 1930 i-odometer reading ngemoto kwaku-18415 ibanga esalihamba-ke kwakuwamakilometer u-215.
And then did you attend to this postmortem examination?
And I was at the mortuary attending this postmortem.
Ngangikhona-ke emakhazeni kuyona-ke kule postmortem.
Were you also in the company of Captain Mangena?
That is correct, ma'am.
Ngangihamba naye uCaptain Mangena.
Who else was present?
That's Captain Mahati, ma'am.
Omunye wayekhona kwakuwu-Captain Mahati.
Were there any other members present there?
I can't recall, my lord. I can't recall if there was another member, my lord. I just know that there was a doctor.
Angisakhumbuli-ke noma lakhona yini elinye ilunga, ngiyakhumbula nje ukuthi kwakunodokotela.
What was your role there?
Also, I was assisting Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Nalapho-ke ngangibekelela wena-ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Okay, we'll attend until tomorrow at 10.